Mm. Mm. Yeah, it's good to be back, friends. Good to be back. Good to be here. Good to be here with y'all. Good to be here with y'all after last night, after our best video on the channel ever. In terms of what? In terms of live people in the stream, in terms of the number of comments while we were live, in terms of the amount of views in the first 24 hours. Not even 24 hours. Incredible. 7,000 people. Individual people. Crazy. Great stuff, guys. So jail calls. Why didn't you tell me? That's what people want, right? Man, I was happy when we got 3,000 in a day. Now we have 7,000 in a day. Yeah, that's the new standard. The Metrix standard. Okay. Hello, riding shotgun and ramble on. How you doing? Udi, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Rabbit Inc. Is this another rabbit? How many rabbits have we got now? We've got Rabbit Incorporated, Rabbit Inc. With a K, and B Rabbit. No, it's been really good, guys. You know, being YouTube famous now is fantastic because you know, people come up to me all the time. They say, "Hey, Metrix, how's the weather?" And I say, well, as a celebrity, it's fucking hot." Well, you know, I could be like in a restaurant, and the waiter will come over to me. They'll say, "Hey, Metrix, what can I get you?" And I'll be like, "Well, as a celebrity, I'll have a petit filet mignon, very lean, not so lean that it lacks flavor, but not so fat that it leaves drippings on the plate. And I don't want it cooked, just lightly seared on either side, pink in the middle. Not true pink, but not a mauve either. Somewhere in between. Bearing in mind the slightest error either way, and it's ruined. I'm just joking, of course. I very rarely eat out. I eat most of my food out of a can. But but when I do eat out, it costs me about 13 euros for a 3-course meal because I know where the peasants eat. And always in any country where the peasants eat is the best place to eat. Am I right or am I right? Anyway, what are we doing tonight, guys? We're picking up right where we left off on the Charlie Adelson jailhouse calls, isn't it? We've got about 2/3 of the way through our coverage of the fantastic call with housemates, titty tickler, sex toy hiding. What's her name? I've forgotten her name. Janice, of course, Janice. Oh my God. Let's get into it, guys. How do we do that? We share screen. We present, share screen, browse. This one.
I think he's feeling my energy.
Questioning me about the practices of Nazi and like tying me in with that, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like you're taking it out of context and why I was saying it. Like you've got the FBI pretending to be.
Totally taking out of context. All my evidence, all the evidence against me, you've taken out of context. You've put it into another different context, reshaped it, and told it to the jury.
Numbers threatening you. Like I've had enough. Like
Yeah, Charlie's had enough. Charlie's had enough of his murder trial. Charlie's had enough of all of his actions being used against him to put him in jail forever. He's had enough, guys. And when Charlie's had enough, it's time to stop, okay?
I can't, I mean, honestly, like, I just was so positive and everything, and then Sunday night, I fucking gave away all my canteen, thinking like I was gonna get it out, it'll be gone tomorrow.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Get out. Get out. Bubbles, what is wrong, baby? He has been angry for like barking for the last 2 hours. I think.
Oh, that's where I remember that we left it off last night. We left off on a moment for Bubbles. So let's try and just have a moment's silence, not a full minute, just a few seconds for Bubbles. Focus on Bubbles. Hope that Bubbles is in a better place, maybe in a bath, in a bubble bath, with a very nice soap, something from Asia, something Lapsang Souchong, a tea scented soap for Bubbles. Okay.
I think he's feeling my energy.
Do you have your house rented out?
Yeah.
That's good. The same people from last year stayed?
Yeah, my house is rented out, Charlie. So if I'm going to be looking after Bubbles, maybe we could work something out, Charlie. What about it? But you know, how long do dogs live? How old is this dog? A year and a half? Okay, so I'll be here until 2031, okay?
No, it's a different one. She got a divorce and she couldn't pay the rent.
You were paying what, like $3,500 from that place?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I would never think in a million years you get $3,500 for that house. Plus utilities, right?
No, she's gonna pay. Yeah, plus she's gonna pay that shit. She's gonna have to pay.
This is amazing.
Yeah, thanks for everything.
Yeah, Charlie loves to go over the figures for things, doesn't he? Even from jail, he's like, so that's plus utilities, right? Oh, that's a steal. That's a deal and a steal. Plus utilities? Are you kidding? That includes utilities? Oh my God. I remember when I used to charge rent. Not anymore.
Is the new person paying the same amount?
No, it's the same.
Okay. Dude, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's the same.
I mean, Tortugas hasn't been rented since that asshole left. Fucking screw us around with a boat leave for $13,000. You know about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a $13,000 bill, and then the city reduced it to $1,300. But we couldn't sell the house because it had a $13,000 lien on it.
Hey, hang on, guys. We got to read out this message. Bon dia. I'm hoping to go to Portugal soon, helping my parents look for a vacation house. I'm driving through from Lisbon to Fatima to Seville. Spent the night somewhere on the way. Wasn't able to go to Algarve. Well, if you're going to Seville, then you go through Algarve. You go down, south, and then east. Yeah. Hey, Ramble, where are you from? Are you English? You're not American. Yeah, come and see. Come and see. We'll come up to Lisbon. No worries. Be great to meet some people from the chat. It'd be fantastic.
So we ended up sitting for 4 months without being able to sell it, and the price of everything crashed. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I know. Insane.
Yeah, literally, I mean, it literally went down hundreds of thousands of dollars in those months that we were waiting. But we weren't going to just go pay his lien, you know, to sell it. We didn't realize it was going to crash. We cut it off.
Jesus.
So,
How much is the mortgage? Isn't it only like 3,000 or less than that?
it's more on that place. I think the mortgage, taxes, insurance is about 5,000 a month.
Oh, okay.
5,000. It's about one TV every month. Every month we have to give a TV, $5,000 a month.
Yeah. But I don't know if we're going to sell Tortugas, we're going to sell Bell Harbor or rent it. I mean, it kills me to sell it, but it's not like I'm coming home, right?
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I just forgot, guys. We shouldn't be showing the comments on the screen because people like the subtitles because the audio is a bit shit on these jail calls. So we won't do that much. Maybe a bit here and there.
I don't want to answer that. I feel like I want you to come home. I want you to keep fighting.
Well, I'm going to keep fighting, but all I can tell you is
Yeah, the only thing Charlie's going to be fighting over is his instant noodles, his tuna fish, and his apple slices and his bunk. You know, that's it. Life without parole, Janice. Okay? Life in prison, no possibility of parole. That's the sentence. And they're pretty strict about it. I don't know where you're from, Janice, but you know, in the real world, they're pretty strict about that. Like it's not just handed out without consideration. There's a whole process, and they go through the process, the trial, the evidence, the jury of his peers, and they make this verdict, right? And then the judge says, okay, this is the verdict, and we look at the sheet of what we have to do with that verdict, and it's life without parole.
he said it's 30 days to go life in prison. And then I have to get an appellate lawyer. So I'm expensive. You know, I really haven't.
Yeah, I just don't think you should make. I don't think you should make a decision about Whale Harbor right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah, maybe keep Whale Harbor open, you know. Maybe keep it for Roman in the family. I'll look after the house and the dog and the bar and your sex toys. And you can just keep it open.
it's going to be rented or sold. And if those cost a couple thousand a month to keep it, not
Yeah.
like not free. So it costs at least 2,000 a month to keep it,
Right.
or more. Probably more.
No.
Man, how does that work, huh? You know, you own a property outright and it still costs you $2,000 a month to keep it?
Bubbles, come on inside. Let's go. Hey, come.
I really don't like the way this girl talks to her dog.
Come on. Y'all need to calm down. I don't know what's going on. Come out.
What's going on is that he wants to be walked for more than 5 minutes per day. I bet she takes him outside to have a shit on the neighbor's lawn and then comes back in the house.
Where is this little girl? Did she get lost? What's something? Oh, funny story. Sidebar. Just a whole comic relief. So Bub, I let him out at the back, and he gets a fucking iguana.
No way.
Yes, way. So then he ends up putting that iguana in his mouth. So, but he drops it, right? Because thank God he didn't. The tail didn't do anything to him or do any damage.
Not the tail.
So that,
Huge claws. They have huge
Right.
claws. The claws
right. So what ended up happening? He let him go, and then he so the iguana decided to like run off. You know what I mean? Like they're so quick. So
Right.
he basically thought the iguana thought that they could get away, and they got stuck in the gate, like the little holes of the gate.
Which cage?
Going on the dock.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so they thought that they could get through, and squeeze the body in there, but it was such a big one.
Yeah, Amy, Bubbles is a terrible dog. He's running around, going in the wardrobe, picking up the sex toys, picking up iguanas, running around with the iguana in his mouth. Troublemaker.
It got stuck. I have a picture. And then I had Jesse. Basically, Jesse ended up using it and took it out that day. But I had to wait, and I tried to push him to squeeze.
Yeah, right, Carrie. This witch bitch lasted about 2 more weeks with Bubbles, and then said, "Well, I'm going to have to put him in a home or have him put to sleep humanely, of course, because that's how I can justify my abandonment of an innocent, living creature. It was humane. We gave him a pill. He went to sleep. I have things to do. I have clients. I'm a therapist. I have a very, very low qualification degree sort of thing that I purchased. And now I have clients. Life coach clients. And I can't have Bubbles interfering with my career."
Out of my book. Man, I was.
While she was living in Whale Harbor. Yeah, Bubbles, this is your house, Bubbles. But not my wardrobe, Bubbles. Not the iguana, Bubbles. But as soon as she left, it was like, okay, Charlie's not coming home. I don't need this fucking dog anymore. Let's give him a pill.
I was trying to work it because I was like, poor guy. I was like, I need to get this iguana, but I also didn't want to get hit by the tail. I was like, Jesus Christ. So yeah, it was just, that shit was just hilarious. And poor Bubs, I think, got so sad, and he just kept trying to visit him. I'm like, no, Bubs, let's go. I was like, let's
Was
go.
it cold outside? Like, was the iguana sleeping because it was cold?
No, not even. That was the thing. I was like, what is going on? And so yeah, no, they want to go. I was like, oh my God, this is funny. So yeah, that's stuff. And then JJ even asked about you,
Really?
and he had no idea. And he was.
Hey, Ritz. Hey, Riding Shotgun. Hey, Colleen. Hey, everybody else in the chat. Hugh, how you doing?
Did he ask about me?
Huh?
When did he ask about me? Yesterday?
2 days ago, because he saw me walking
BB. Is that BB as in Heather BB? As in Wisconsin BB?
up, and he never really usually does that because I just wave and he waves, and he was like, hey, and I was like, hey, what's up? And so he was like, hey, I got a new job, and I was like, nice. I was like, congratulations. Blah, blah, blah. He's working. He wanted me to tell you because he was like, he works for dental implants now.
Oh, nice. What company?
And, shit, I forgot. He's working for Stryker now. I know, but he works for surgeons. But it's some company that he gets to travel and clearly does some like really amazing stuff. And so I was like, that's so cool. I was like, that's amazing. Congrats, or whatever. And then I was like, so how's your girlfriend? I was like, I haven't seen her in a while. He's like,
what the fuck is she talking about? A minute ago, she was like, you're not coming home. No, we have to make you come home. Keep fighting. Now she's like, oh my God. What was she even saying? It was so non meaningful that I can't even remember what it was. What the fuck?
stuff. And so I was like, that's so cool. I was like, that's amazing. Congrats.
That's so cool. That's amazing. So you're not coming home?
Or whatever. And then I was like, so how's your girlfriend? I was like, I haven't seen her in a while. He's like, oh, we broke up. And I was like, what? And I was like, I thought you guys were going to.
How's your girlfriend? I haven't seen her in a while. Oh, we broke up. I was like, what? Oh, man. Just imagine for a second, you're Charlie, okay? wherever you are, if you're in your car, you're at home, you're in the kitchen, you're on the couch, whatever, you're Charlie right now, okay? You've just received life without parole. This is the 7th of November, okay? This is the day after the verdict, I think, right? And you've got this woman living in your house, feeding iguanas to your dog. And you've only really called her so you can say, listen, I need to get you need to leave the house as soon as possible. We're not kicking you out today, but like in 3 days, you need to be gone. And by the way, can you take all of my box of sexual depravity, overcompensation, and get rid of it so that it doesn't embarrass me to my mum? That's the reason for the call, right? And she's like, oh my God. What? Yeah. And Charlie's just sat there listening to this, probably holding the phone a little bit away from his ear, going, okay, just be polite. You know, you're the one that should be humble right now. You haven't got a leg to stand on. You can't tell anyone what to do anymore. So you just got to listen to this shit and eat it up.
To get married. He was like, no. We were fighting all the time. And I was like, oh. I was like, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
I would love to be home and hanging out with him. He was a good dude.
Say what?
He was a good guy. I wish I was home and hanging out with him.
Yeah, no, I know. And he goes, the funny thing, he's like, I hung out with Charlie that one time. I never saw him again. And then I go, so what did you think? He's like, I just thought he was just working a lot. He's like, yeah, I haven't seen him. And I was like, yeah, no, he's been gone for about almost 2 years. And he was like, holy shit.
Yeah. It was weird, like thinking about the outside and like what I used to do and that. Like I'm actually getting my chest pain right now.
Yeah, Charlie, I bet it is weird thinking about the outside, thinking about, going to a restaurant and holding a menu and looking at it and thinking, so that sounds good. And I wonder if that would pair well with a Napa Valley Merlot. Like you'll never be able to hold a menu again. It's just whatever they've got, that's what you get. Right? There's no choice. It's just like, okay, this is it. And it's shit. Everything's shit. All your food is shit from forever. No menu, nothing. Can't even hold a menu.
Yeah.
My life is over. Like anything and everything that I enjoyed is gone. Everything is mental torture to think about it. I lost everything. I've lost everything. I've lost everything. This is like being dead, but still alive, but dead. That makes sense to you.
Hey, thanks so much, Ryder,
You're not dead.
for the super chat. Who's Riding Shotgun says 94 in chat, 27 likes. That's not too good, is it? Listen to Riding Shotgun, guys, and go and like the video. Thank you.
That's for sure.
Really. Rotten food. Doesn't enjoy anything that I enjoy. Are you even watch the work or not? Not to mention prison is an extremely dangerous place. The people that be around have life sentences. They have nothing to lose. They can kill somebody in prison. What do they do then? They put them in solitary for a year. That's it. Well, you can't take anything away from someone that you've already taken everything away from, right?
I hope you're going to be local right now.
I'm sure it's going to be some but lucky Jim.
Well, he's going to be in a local, as in the country. He's just going to be way up there in South Dakota.
Fuck. So it won't be like in Florida.
It'll be Florida, but I highly doubt it's going to be South Florida.
Yeah, we're sending you. We're actually building you a new prison, Charlie, right on South Beach. We've got the icon, Yardbirds, and then your own private luxury jail with a view of the Atlantic. And that's where you will be housed, okay?
Do I get to see you? Would you want to see?
At some point, yeah. I'm finding it really hard again.
Huh?
Right now, it's the best I've been able to do so far in processing everything. Having a hard time. It hits me in waves, and I get like numbness and tingling on my arms. Yeah, should be today, should it? Yeah, Jesus, I can't even. I start thinking about like what I'm missing out on. It's drives me crazy. Yeah, Dan said I need to focus on. Yeah, he said, yeah, I'm going to do the appeal. I got to get an appellate lawyer to write up the appeal. And then it's looked at by judges. But, if you can't show that something was done improper, you're not getting a new trial.
Well, can I ask you something then? Like, because obviously I didn't know anything. But like, with the whole Katie thing, like, you have to be livid.
Good point, Janice, actually. I mean, does she actually believe this? I mean, I got the feeling from Charlie's conversation with Sky that we listened to yesterday that, she gets the fact that he is guilty, and for some reason she's friendly with this guy on some kind of I'm going to change my number and not tell you basis, but is still going to take his call and try and give some support, because I get it. If it's someone in your life who gets a life sentence and you've been somewhat involved with them, you focus on the times that you've had with them yourself rather than what they did. I mean, maybe, I don't know. It depends, right? Depends how much of those blinders you want to put on. But it can happen. I'm sure everyone will accept that can happen. But I got the feeling that Sky was like, yeah, okay, well, I know you're guilty, but she was all on the phone, like going, oh yeah, and Kappelman, she didn't have anything. She was struggling. She was so frustrated. She was frustrated when you testified, and you were brilliant, Charlie. Everyone said you were brilliant. We gave you a 95. Dan gave you a 95. We gave you a 96. That's what we said in the house. We said 96, definitely a 96. But Janice, she sounds a little dumb to me. Sorry, Janice. But it's a good point, Why aren't you livid about Katie? Do you remember I said that yesterday, guys? I was like, why is this guy going on about Paul Castellano and John Gotti and Skyline Chili, and he's going on about everything under the sun, apart from the one thing that he should be going, that fucking Katie, she set me up. She set me up. She killed Dan, and she ran her mouth, and now she took my money and took my life, and now my mother's life. Oh, that Katie. That should be like his main headline, and he hasn't mentioned her once in any of these calls, pretty much. But Janice has just picked up on that and said, why aren't you livid about Katie? Interesting.
I mean, I can't.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No.
I just felt like how fucking crazy. Anyway, sorry. I got stuck out. Just such a sore thumb for me because I'm just like, what the fuck? Anyway.
So when I realized how much of an international big story this thing became, I realized there's no fucking way I'm getting a fair trial. So I'm not terribly shocked, but I was very hopeful this past weekend because I thought if this was a normal case, like Tony said, I would have had a very good shot. The way he spoke so positive. And
Speaking of international, did you know that?
Yeah, if your story is so international, Charlie, how is moving it to the next county going to help you? I mean, if it's that international, you could move the trial to Saigon and still not have a fair jury, right?
Scott asked Michelle to marry him. She said yes.
I did. I didn't.
Yeah, she said yes.
I didn't want to say anything to you because I didn't want to say anything to anybody and I was surprised. But then he told me, so. Thank God I didn't tell anybody. Yeah.
Well, I was hopeful to see you one day and have a family and do some big things, huh?
It's not going to happen.
What did you say?
It's not going to happen.
No.
Focus right now is just making sure Roman is okay.
What do you mean, make sure Roman's okay? I mean, even without your fucking parents' filthy, dirty, stolen money, robbed, black, blood money, even without them leaving Roman a package, he's got a mother, she's got a mother, the mother of Roman's got it. He'll get a new dad, and you'll just be that blood dad that's over there in prison. And maybe he'll ask some questions about you in the future, but not many. He's, 4 or 5 years old at this time? He's barely going to remember that this ever happened. Roman's going to be fine, Charlie. Don't worry about Roman. Even without your parents' lying, stinking, filthy blood money, he'll be fine. He'll get a new dad, a good dad. Yeah, Amy, Roman's set for life. Well, not when Wendy says, that deposit that was made to my brother's child, that came from Harvey account. Well, that actually belongs to me. and that was money put aside for the boys. Yes, we need all new Ralph Lauren tuxedo for the boys. It's their first formal. It's their first formal. They need all new Ralph Lauren tuxedo. Thank you for the boys.
It's day by day. It's hard for me to think about the outside of doing it, but it tears my heart apart.
Hey KLK Kelly, how you doing? Our number one badge 001 Patreon member. If anyone wants to join Patreon, guys, fantastic benefits in the description.
Yeah.
A lot of silences in this call.
Oh, this is so fucking crazy. Unreal.
But it doesn't feel real.
Not unreal.
I remember how I was back home before. Like remember I said I got a feeling. You remember how I was acting?
I know.
And
You just have a sixth sense. You saw.
I knew.
I know. That's the part I'm saying. You knew. And that's when, if anything, that's what triggered you to just be so sad and say fuck it.
The funny thing is that I can really feel Charlie wanting to get off this call and go back to his cell, turn off his tablet, and just sit alone for 18 hours until the next day when he might be allowed out to, you know, fucking use the shower or whatever. You know, just like he hasn't got anything to say anymore.
Yeah.
And even now, I mean, it's crazy. You were always just like Janice in the very beginning. And I mean, I heard you say like you had people convince you. I mean, you know, there's always hope. I don't want you to give up on hope, honey.
I got hope, but I'm also going to live.
I understand it's a balance, right? We grovel over faith and hope, and
Probably an appeal. A year and a half, 2 years from now, I'll hear something. They first have to. I mean, it would take a miracle. Look what would happen in 2 years from now. The trial is 6 months from then. But to be honest with you, like,
Yeah, forget the miracles, Charlie. You know, to be honest, I wouldn't even bother. Do you remember what Dan Rashbaum said? He said, "Listen, yeah, it's your right. You can file an appeal, but don't spend too much money because it's really hard to get a success." You know. So, what are you saying, Dan? I mean, it sounds like the best thing is just like, well, listen, man. That's that, and make the best life you can in here. You know, you could start, you could be like Jodi Arias. You could start teaching people Spanish. You could start a reading club. You could start a recycling program in jail. You could sell your hair to cancer victims in cancer patients in Argentina. You know, nice thick head of Jewish hair. It's good stuff. You could make rope out of that, right? No disrespect. It's just good, thick hair, right? Usually. Have I got that wrong?
Dan were talking, and it was like, I mean, the press will follow this case. I mean, and the only way you're getting out is a new trial. a new trial, the Panhandle, and it has the same press, the same podcasters, the same media descend on the case. It's not a normal case.
No, it's sickening. Well, I don't think anything right now in this world is normal anymore. It's the new normal. Everything is out. Everything is just exploited in like the hundredth millionth times infinity. Like it's a nasty world.
That spells intellect right there, doesn't it? Yeah, it's just magnified to 100 million times infinity. Doesn't that just spell college degree right there?
At times I feel like I was very naive to think people really care, but nobody really fucking cares about shit.
Hey, Janice, do me a favor, honey. Spell naive.
There's only a few people out here in this world that actually have a real heart and care about people. People are just demonic, to be honest. I feel like and everything they say is just is not always just. How, baby?
Damn good, I gotta try to get as comfortable as I can.
I know. I hope they can get you out of there soon. So you just have to like show them, babe. Just be, just.
Well, I hope it will get me smart.
Are you there for a few days or the whole week?
I hope it's for a day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So just for today.
Okay.
Here's the black night.
Okay.
Going up the hole. I feel it.
Right.
I get the stupid thing out there.
Yeah, Rabid Kangaroo says maybe they'll have a pizza and sushi night for Charlie in the pen. Listen, Rabid Kangaroo. The closest thing Charlie is ever going to have to pizza again is when he cuts his apple into slices and spreads canned tuna fish, and a very poor quality one, on top of one of the apple slices. Okay, that's his sushi from now on. Okay.
Yeah.
So, consider.
Hey, Share Bear, what's cooking in the kitchen tonight? Please tell me it's sushi or pizza, and not prison sushi, but real sushi. Well, what you got cooking, Share Bear? Why don't you share with us, Share Bear, and tell us what you're cooking? And bring us some food here.
For 20 years now. Good pair of bubbles.
Honey, I'm going to see. I'm still going to.
Yeah, the sex toys thing from yesterday when Charlie was saying to Janice, listen, you need to hide all the sex toys. I caught it today and I realized that Charlie said, obviously you can keep anything you want for yourself, but just throw them all away. Keep anything you want for yourself. Well, that's going to require some thinking, Charlie. And tests.
Yeah, big pair of bubbles. And I got a
Hickory smoked grouper and veggies. Wow, Share Bear. Where are you from? That's got to be you're from somewhere down south, right? Sounds good. I bet you're from Mississippi. How about it, Share Bear?
You have to figure out what I'm doing with the house. Obviously not today, but either rent it or sell it. I don't even know if we're going to stay at that. Maybe someday talk to my parents, talk to them, see what they want to do. You know, I'm not.
Texas. Okay. Well, I got the South bit right.
At least I was able to help you out a little bit for a year, whatever, year and a half, year there for.
Yeah. Well, I'm taking the TVs to get the fuck out.
What's that?
I was like, I'm taking the TVs with me.
Which one, the 80-inch?
Yeah, I'm taking both TVs.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm claiming them. I'm taking them. If I have to leave. I know you said not today, but God, I hope not. Give me some time real quick, but.
No. Well, if I rent it, I'm going to need the TV there.
So what?
Yeah. Don't take the TVs off the wall. Not worth that much. Use TVs.
The TVs are stuck to the wall?
Well, no, they've got bracket mounts on the wall. You're going to walk in the house, it's going to look like it was glued. Leave the TV there. You're talking about the bedroom TV set in the living room?
Can I take one of them?
Oh, this is television gate. Can I take one of them?
No, leave them because the house is going to need to be shown. It's going to get shown. It's going to be shown, and it's going to have fucking 3 foot by 4 foot brackets on the wall. It's going to look like a missing TV.
Oh my God.
Just get a TV set. They're honestly, Jan, you could get a 50-inch set for $600 now.
Got it.
A 15-inch set for $600. Where does this guy buy his TVs? That's not worth €100 around here. 50. I don't even think you can buy a set that small in Europe. 15-inch. That's like a laptop. The smallest TV is like maybe 28 inches. Right? Like, what is he talking about? You can buy a 15-inch set for $600. I think, a 28-inch set costs $100 max. Where does this guy buy his TVs? 5,000. Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Just saying, you're better off. Do me a favor and just do that. You can get a nice set for $500 for a 60-inch set. They come down late, but.
Oh, he meant 50. Okay, fine. Okay, well, all right, that makes sense. A 50-inch, that still sounds pricey to me. Dollars is around the same as euros. I could buy a 50 inch set tomorrow for 300, easy, anywhere.
It's gonna leave them. I'm gonna have to go buy. If you do that, I'm gonna have to go buy a TV set to put there so it can be shown. Like when they pay something.
This is crazy. Okay, let's not talk about TVs right now, okay?
But they're gonna think TV is code for
I
something
know.
else.
Let's not. Right. Let's not talk. That's why I said.
You don't have to put the word TV comes up, so you can't use the word TV anymore.
Oh my God, sorry.
By the way, Jan, there is no fucking code for TV at all. There's no code. Zero.
No.
Zero.
Oh, I know.
Sure, there's no code for TV. No, TV is code for. No, there's no code for TV.
Carrie B says 15 and 50. Metrix and Jeff made the same mistake. Right. Yeah, no, we did. But that makes a lot of sense because I have it on good authority from an independent source. You hear that, Fancy? Source. One of my sources has told me that Jeff and I would get along great. Right? How about that? One of my sources has told me that Jeff and I would get along great because we have a similar sense of humor. And I'm honored, but I always had that sense. But now it's been confirmed by one of my sources. Okay. So we got to get over to Tallahassee pronto. Okay. Maybe not for Donna's trial, but for Wendy's trial. We're coming.
TV. 15 years ago when you bought a set.
Probably through Toronto. So if anyone wants to, rent a car or a minibus and drive down, I'm so up for that. Where's JC? Where's JC? We'll pick you up in Hamilton.
They cost a couple thousand. See, the wires from 16, they bought the TV set in 10 or 12. Back in 2010 and 2012, a nice set did cost a couple $1,000.
Yeah, but
Now,
a couple of $1,000, to make the jump back in 1996, a TV did cost a couple of $1,000. Yeah, but Charlie, we're talking about something that's 20 years later and more than double the money. $2,000, $5,000. That's a big difference. That's more than double the money, Charlie. Where is this? Show me one. All right. Okay, fine. I could probably find a TV set that is worth $5,000, but it would be made in fucking Denmark or Bang. What is it? Bang & Olufsen. It would be like a 32nd of an inch thick, postage stamp thick TV for $5,000, made in Denmark.
fucking 50-inch set you could buy for $500. But
yeah, but Charlie, Janice doesn't have any money. All of her clients ask for a refund because she's not good.
actually, it's done a lot of that age and whatever. But it's kind of huge bracket now behind it. It needs to just move it along. I gotta
That's the last thing to think about right now. Right now, I'm just trying to grasp the reality right now. That's the first thing. The second thing,
it's weird to talk.
The reality is, Janice, no TV for you, out the house, take care of Bubbles.
It literally feels like somebody ripped my heart out. I've got like cold tingling feelings down my arms. Like thoughts hit me in waves. Like I feel like I'm dead.
Yeah. I remember when I used to be hit by waves when I was on my jet ski, but now it's the thoughts that are hitting me in waves. It's like this big wave, life without parole, and this big wave, no Skyline chili forever, and then this big wave, no Uvia celebration dinner, and this big wave, like no hot Asian young 19-year-old chicks, and this big wave, no sex tourism trips down to South America. No, this big wave, no more Filipino. Yeah, it's just hit me in waves. The jet ski used to hit the waves, and now the waves are hitting me.
I feel like I am dead. I'm definitely dead to the world. It hits me all the things that I'm not going to ever experience again. It hits me how miserable my life is going to be. It hits me that I'm just going to be seeing things.
Hey, Charlie, don't think about the things that you'll never experience again. Think about the things that you've never experienced yet. Like Big Jumbo in the top bunk. How about Big Jumbo in the top bunk? Open your mouth.
But not being a part of them. It hits me that it's just going to be a tease when I do see somebody. It's just going to be a little bit, and then that's it. You're treated like an animal in these places. They really treat you like you're cattle. And most people here are animals, so they should be treated. I don't belong here. Like, I don't belong here. What the hell?
I don't belong here. I'm privileged. I'm rich and I'm privileged, and I'm with these thugs and these uneducated minorities. They're all around. So many minorities. I'm white, I'm privileged, and I'm rich, and I don't belong here.
Like, it is very fucking surreal.
You don't.
Everybody does that. You know, it's like, I'll never go to the beach again. Never go on a boat again. Never go on a jet ski again. Never go to a dinner again. Never go on a date again. Never play football with my son. Take my son to a walk to a ball game. Like, I do everything, Chad. That's everything. The one thing I do is I'm going to sit here and think about it. Remember what things used to be like until I die. There's a very good chance the only way I'm leaving prison is in the bottom. Very, 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 very good chance.
Good for you.
What's that?
Charlie, it's beyond a good chance, my friend. It's an abject certainty. The only way you're getting out of jail, sir, is in a box.
Nothing.
What did you say?
Nothing. I was just trying to, as you were reflecting about your memories.
What did you say?
No, nothing. You were talking about, you were just reminiscing.
Oh, dude, I'm getting a panic attack. That's something else.
Okay, just close your eyes and just take some deep breaths if you have it. You know.
People are always on about Charlie taking deep breaths. Like Donna was like, "Yeah, take some deep breaths." Has that ever worked for anybody? Has anyone ever actually been able to calm down and go, "Okay, they said take deep breaths, so now I'm just going to." It's a bit like when Wendy said on the phone call to Donna when she was in her interview, "Mom, I need you to sit down. Are you sitting down?" Has anyone actually gone, "Okay, let me find a chair and let me sit down"? No, you stand up even more ready to pounce into action, right? You're alert. You go, the whole thing about asking someone to sit down before you tell them drastic news is in case they faint and hit their head, right? That's why you say that. Or I've never said it. I don't think anyone's ever said it to me. It's one of those theatrical things that only Wendy Adelson does. "Mom, I need you to sit down. Are you sitting down? Danny has been shot in his house. I'm fine. The boys are fine. Are you sitting down? What chair are you sitting in right now? Is Harvey sitting down?"
Just try to relax and soothe your mind a bit.
Yeah, take some deep breaths. You're going to have a lot of time for those breaths, man.
All right, let me call you a little bit. Time your next call out.
All right.
What do you have calls this afternoon?
I have calls at 4. Actually, like when your phone is shut off, your tablet. So it'll be what, from 4 to 6 or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you gonna call me before it shuts off, or are you gonna call me after?
I'll call you tonight.
Huh?
I'll call you tonight.
Okay. So you'll call me tonight when it turns back on.
Problem.
Okay. Okay.
What's what do you call it? Hard time getting a lot of things.
What?
I'm having a hard time dealing with a lot of things right now.
I know. I can't imagine. I really can't.
So it's crazy. It's actually crazy.
But I do want you to call me. So if you can call me tonight, if that's your plan, can you please do that?
Yeah. No, I definitely. And also, like, just try. I'm not giving you a time frame or anything, but figure out what you want to do. Maybe you want to. I don't know. At some point, my parents are going to tell me that they got to sell the house to raise money, or I don't even know if they'll rent it. But I don't even know because we got some of those things that they're trying to handle stuff right now. But I figured I might as well tell you as soon as I don't fully stay in yet. I'm not coming home. So you're gonna have to at some point probably go through my closet. Don't do it yet. It's just weird. I don't want that to yet, but at some point you're gonna have to go through my closet and maybe when my parents come over and they go to do stuff, you'll help them out. It's gonna be hard on them. I don't think my parents even listen to this shit. And if my parents don't live, I don't want to live. I really don't. I don't think they're gonna listen to this. I don't think they will. That's just maybe this summer they've got heart issues.
I know.
So I don't know when they're going to come by or what they're going to do. Maybe not an hour. Maybe I'll just ask you to do certain things. Box some stuff up. Maybe I'll pray for a miracle. I'll get out and I'll close.
No, I was just going to do that. I was going to say, are you okay if I just box things up and put it in my storage?
Yeah, don't do anything just yet.
I know. That's why I don't know why we're talking about this right now. Like
Don't touch anything yet until I say, Jan, can you?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I know your mind is in all these different places.
Right. I may just say like help my parents box them up, and then maybe we'll go put them in their storage or wherever the fuck I'm gonna do. I don't know. Really, that's like a piece of my origin right now. Right now, it's like I lost everything. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Amazing. All right, kiddo. Enjoy bubbles. Hopefully you can get some sun and sit out by the pool for me today. Enjoy bubbles with the hose. So you still want to get straight with the hose?
Not so much. I mean, when he's in the mood, but
When he's in the mood, Bubbles likes to be sprayed with the hose. But I don't bother with that anymore because I've got my clients and I really don't give much time to the dog at all. I've been pretending I do so I can live here rent free and justify my stay, but we don't spend a lot of time in the garden together. So Bubbles, not so much. The hose, not so much.
he'll be good for me when I give him a bath, and then he'll like run around. And when I'm not done sometimes, and I'm just standing there, he knows that he wasn't supposed to run around, but he still got soap, and then he'll come back and be like, "Sorry, mommy."
Soap.
Like he'll give me that, like, "Okay, mom, I'm ready now." Like, like a little kid, like when they don't want to be like. They just want to run around, and I'm like, all right, go run around now, kiddo. And then he'll come back and be like, okay, I'm ready now. You can wash it off. You can scratch me some more.
By the way, I think my parents took 2 of those seat cushions to go get fixed as a surprise for me. It would be nice when I got back. Did they
I know. They did. Yeah, they did it. I was going to ask them, do they need for me to pick it up? But you told me not to reach out, so I'll just wait for them to let me know.
Yeah, I'm sure they probably paid for it when they had it done at Jerry's patio. So if you want, call Jerry's patio and be like, ask him if it was paid for and tell him we want to pick it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't have a problem. I mean, it's right here. There's no need for them to drive there just to pick it up, and I can go pick it up.
It's just one more day, yeah. So you can text them on Friday. Like, they want you to go pick it up from Jerry's patio. I'll tell them that I told you to pick it up for them.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it was paid for. I'm sure they would have made them pay when they sent it out to be made. Yeah. It's gonna be strong, huh?
I know, and I want you to be, and I'm going to continue to be strong for you. I just want you to know if there's anything to fight, it's your son, and that know that I love you.
I appreciate it, Janice. I love you too.
I don't know if that means anything to you.
Not a lot.
So, the first thing was to talk about.
I mean, I've been here,
Yeah, I've been here.
waiting for you.
Dude, I'm never coming home. I'm never coming home.
Honestly, what's to love about either of these people? And by the way, people that are this self-involved, especially Charlie, because we know a little bit more about him than we do Janice, although I have my suspicions. These people shouldn't have pets at all, even a fucking goldfish, okay? If you're that self-involved and you're that selfish, don't have a fucking dog, okay? Don't have a cat. I mean, I can't really speak to cats, but don't have a dog, man. If you're that far gone, you're not going to be a good dog owner, okay, Charlie? Not at all. And this lady, this Janice lady, is shouting at the dog like really aggressive. You don't need to. You can speak with authority. Don't scream at it like that. I mean, it's just not nice. I think Bubbles is going to be better off when Janice ditches him, you know? Go to a good home with a good house, good family house.
Never come home. Never.
Yeah, cats run things. That's why I'm not so much of a cat person. There, I said it. Sorry, Carrie. Some of them are okay. Some of them are okay. But just in general, not much of a cat person. Ian, stop talking about how people look, man. Stop it, Ian. That's not appropriate, Ian. Stop talking about how people look.
Never come home.
Oh, Bagel gets a pass, Carrie, because even without looking at him, I just love the name so much.
Life is crazy, right?
Yeah, so crazy. Crazy.
Amy, I think Gary's out judging how people look, right, Ian?
One of the best memories I have by Christmas, like, they start talking to that girl going, oh, this is crazy.
Yeah, he was just like, his hands was up, and he was just having a great conversation with his older girl. Like, that was just yeah, no, I have some great memories because he was just, yeah. I still love the fact that he was like, can we tell Janice? Can we tell Janice? Tell Janice about the birds? You can tell Janice.
Oh, yeah. We tell Janice. I want Janice.
Man, if there was ever a woman not to speak to when you get life without parole, I think it's Janice. what the hell is she talking about? She's so detached from the situation. I mean, even after she heard the verdict personally, life without parole, guilty as charged, life without parole. I sentence you to life without parole. Take him to the Department of Corrections to serve out his sentence. Good luck to you, sir. He calls her, says, I'm not coming home. And she's like, what? What? You're not coming home? What? What is wrong with this broad?
Oh,
Right.
I want Janice's June, and Bree was thinking he was saying, I want June.
Right. Or Jessica, something.
Somebody, she couldn't make it out. I wasn't correcting her.
Right. I know. I know.
Listen, Bree's gotten better, but she's definitely come a long way. She was having a lot of emotional issues. She's definitely a lot better. More stable. Molly, and mom's there. Mom's there for time.
Okay.
All there. She's got her mom, her boyfriend. Her mom's boyfriend.
Yeah, do you remember yesterday when he was like talking to his mother and saying, yeah, usually I have something to focus on, but now I'm here and I was going to focus on the appeal and then I couldn't. And it must be hard, right? You've just been through almost 2 years of legal shit. I mean, that was on top of several long years since 2016 to 2022. That's 6 years between Catherine's arrest and Charlie's arrest. 6 solid years of living on the outside, but with this constant thing of, is that guy a cop? Are we in the sushi restaurant? That guy, he's just ordering a salad and some California rolls. He must be a cop, because why would you come to a sushi restaurant and eat California rolls? That's not even real sushi. That's what someone who doesn't like sushi would order in a sushi restaurant, and he must be a cop. He actually said that. I'm not making that up. Some people will know that. Some people might not. But he actually said that. He was like, yeah, look, he's ordering California rolls and a salad, just like a stupid cop who only eats burgers and donuts.
Has a Great Dane. So Roman loves playing with the Great Dane. It's tough. There's Tuck. There's Jagger. Her mom's dog. Yeah. Crazy fucking world.
Derbyshire. Ian Mad Gun Mangum. Where are you from in Derbyshire? I know Derbyshire.
We're trying to process and figure out how we move forward.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess. Let me think. Ian Madgun is from Chesterfield. Well, that's hardly even Derbyshire.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Thinking that, I wish I was home and was it.
I know. I was ready. Visualizing.
I was ready to do it. It's time to get the bar ready. Go outside, I came home. I was walking the door. I get everything left.
I was ready to jump on your ass.
Yeah.
Ugh. God. Anyway.
Can you call me later?
Yeah, please call me later.
You got it. Thanks a lot.
All right. Okay. Be good to know. All right.
Wouldn't that be crazy, Carrie, if we found Bubbles and adopted him and brought him on the show as a guest, as a constant guest? That would be fantastic. That was the end of the video, guys. We need another one. Okay, let's do the sex talk one. Let's listen to Charlie be told he's bad in bed. How about that? It's just a short video, guys. But he starts off the video going on about these young girls.
Listen, some people like older men, some people like older girls, some people like younger girls. Like, you know, I like the fact that she's very,
Some people like older men, not me. Definitely, I don't like older men.
listen, some people like older men, some people like older girls, some people like younger girls. Like, you know, I like the fact that she was very young. She was 19 when we fucked. Even though she's 20, I'm still okay with it.
I mean, legally, all good, I guess, but just the way he says it, Oh, I liked that she was really young. Yeah. I like. She was 19 when we fucked. Yeah, and even though she's now like 20, that's still not too old for me, because I adapt. When they turn from 19 to 20, I adapt, and I'm okay with it. Well, thank fuck for that. Hallelujah.
That's right.
Like, listen, some people like older men, some people like older girls, some people like younger girls. Like, you know, I like the fact that she was very young. She was 19 when we fucked. Even though she's 20, I'm still okay with it.
That Ferrari, that turned me off of me not liking you as like to ever date.
I know, it's like the douchebag driving the Ferrari.
Well, kind of that just made me feel really uncomfortable when you told me how much it cost on our first night, and I'm like, oh, he's one of those. But
I didn't tell you what it cost. I said I got a great deal on it.
No, you were like, it's cool.
Yeah, you said you got a great deal on it, and it only cost you $250,000. That's not only showing off the cost of your car, but also showing off the fact that that amount of money is nothing to you. How does he not get this? I didn't say it cost a lot of money. I said I got a great deal. I said it only cost me $250,000. Oh, this guy. I'd love to just walk around in his mind. It's a big world for this gentleman, isn't it?
How much it cost on our first night, and I'm like, oh, he's one of those. But
I didn't tell you what it cost. I said I got a great deal on it.
No, you were like, it's $250,000. I mean, is that how did I get that price? And I was just like, oh my God, he's one of those. Well, Charlie, let's talk about this. Our chemistry is not that great in bed, by the way. Not. You can be a little sexier for me. Or,
what?
Yeah, because you're like kind of like aggressive type of. I don't know. Like you just put it in and just kind of go to town and talk about yourself. And I mean, I guess it's for you, but
you just put it in and kind of go to town and talk about yourself. What is he saying? What do you mean he talks about himself when he puts it in and goes to town? What is he saying? It's just, oh man, rough. That is rough. Imagine being told that. Our chemistry is not that good in bed. You just put it in and go to town and talk about yourself. And then it's done. Ow. Okay, what can we do now, folks? Did someone in Discord send a link to another call? I think I can. I think I remember that happening yesterday, but I don't remember who it was. So if that was you in the chat, let us know, and I'll just search for your comment in Discord and find the link. Oh, and by the way, if anyone wants to join our fantastic community on Discord, guys, it's free. It's 24/7. It's awesome. There's always shit going down in there. Link in the description, along with buymeacoffee.com, where you can buy us a coffee.com. Link in the description. Patreon memberships, merchandise for sale, links in the description, social networks, fantastic ways to support the channel. Super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker, super subscribe, super YouTubes. All in the description or in the player right now. Great ways, because we've got to buy a battery, folks. We've got to buy a battery. We did get some solar charge today, but we're still only at 9.3 volts, which any of you 12-volt people out there will know is fucked, right? That is completely fucked. So we need to buy a new battery. Otherwise, these streams, they all end. They all end. And wouldn't that be a disaster for us, for everybody, for our livelihood? So we need to buy a new battery. So if anyone wants to support the channel in a meaningful way, we are urging you, rushing you to go and buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description, guys, because we really need to buy a battery. There's 121 people in this stream. If every one of you went and bought a coffee right now, we'd have, well, probably about 4 batteries. But, you know, if a quarter of you went and bought a coffee right now, we definitely have a battery, a great battery that would last us for 10 years, man. 10 years of streams. And all you've got to do is go and buy us a coffee at buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description. Like, share, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel. Donna Adelson, Sarah Boone, blah, 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 blah. Plug, 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 me. Money, 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 money. I'm only joking. You know, I really do. It actually makes me really uncomfortable to pitch the whole money thing all the time. But you know what? You got to do what you got to do. And this is what we've got to do. Hey, thanks so much, Anne-Marie Cat Lady, for the super chat. Yeah, no, €2 is €2, Anne-Marie. That's very kind of you, and we really appreciate it. It all goes in the hat. But an even better place to make a donation to the battery fund, guys, is buymeacoffee.com. Why? Because greedy, stinking YouTube keeps about 30% of donations that come in here, but buymeacoffee.com only keeps 4% commission, guys. So that is a much better place to give support to the channel. Patreon, fantastic other place. Yeah, but probably the best for one-off donations is buymeacoffee.com at buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description. Battery fund, new battery. What are we doing now? We need another video. Yeah, ramble on. I know, 30%. But you know what? YouTube takes the 30%, but I think there is also like kind of an invisible benefit, because I'm sure if contributions are coming in to YouTube through their platform where they keep 30%, that it also helps with the algorithm on YouTube, because they say, hey, that true crime Metrix guy, he's making us money, so let's push his content. You know, so it's all good. It's all great ways to support the channel. We appreciate everything you guys do. We appreciate you just being here. It's fantastic to have you here joining the conversation. All 123 of you right now. Hey, We need another video. Let's try and find that now. Okay, I'll find the video. All you guys go and buymeacoffee.com and we'll find a video. So Charlie Adelson, jail calls. I'm trying to think of a good one. I can't wait to put all of these jailhouse calls in some kind of logical order as well, because there's so many channels that have got the whole catalog up and it's like, what is this? They're not even in chronological order. No offense to Pretty Lies and Alibis and everyone else that has posted the call. Posted the calls. It's probably more my shortcoming than yours, because I don't know how to read properly, like internet. Charlie Adelson, jailhouse calls to Brie. Should we try Brie? How are they spelling Brie? Is it just B-R-I or B-R-I-E? Larson. To the baby mama. Hey, look, there we are. We're the top, position 2 and position 3. Nice, good. That's how it should be. That's every search term should be like that.
They were holding off to do so.
Dateline special with autopsy photos.
Hello, this is a free call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be.
Hey, have we got crime and coffee in the house? Just as I was giving my shameless plug. Oh, I'm so embarrassed, crime and coffee. Listen, something went down last night. We lost our power source. We run everything off a 12-volt battery with a solar panel, and we need help. So we do actually make content here, I think. But I had to give a shameless plug. So sorry you walked right into that. Just as that was happening.
Be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, why'd you hang up?
Oh, I thought you said to hang up.
No, I said don't hang up. I'll leave you on the phone.
Oh, I thought you said, all right, just hang up. Just hang up.
No,
I
said I got
Your latex spouse. Welcome. That is brutal. That's a brutal name. Noticing a lot of new names in the chat, actually, guys. Welcome, everybody. Zendava.
Sorry about that.
It's great to hear his voice. Like, I wish I was there, dude. It kills me.
I know. And I mean, I can tell it's, I mean, you just completely made his day. And so I know that, in turn makes him, miss you even more, but.
Yeah, and it's like I can picture everything.
I know.
I've been here for 19 months, and I thought I was coming home. This was a fucking joke. I mean, honestly.
You know what I always think when Charlie's talking to these people on the outside, like even Brie, who's obviously, she's involved, right? Her son is Charlie's son. So as, unless they really block him out, like Wendy did with Dan, change their names, remove the middle name that's in honor to the paternal heritage and everything like that. Each boy has a picture of their dad above the bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day. Yeah, right, Wendy. You sick cunt. Oh, shit. Sorry. I shouldn't say cunt on the live stream. We got carried away in our back office chat room on Discord today. And it was great because we usually try to keep it a little bit PC in the Discord main area for everybody, because some people get offended, and that's okay. We just want to be kind to everybody. But for the mods, for all the admins, we're okay with using that word. So we were like, oh, great, we can use this word with abandon. So we were like, Wendy is an effing C. Absolutely. So I'm a bit carried away with it now. It's just like it's been too long. It's been too long. Sorry if that offended anyone.
When she did her close, like I thought the case was going to be about facts. I thought it was going to be about what happened.
Yeah.
Like she did her closing and she changed the facts. She changed like what I said. She changed what other people said. She changed reality. She told people like she did a Dateline special, and she showed
Yeah, Joanne. See you next Tuesday. That'll do. See you next Tuesday.
a lot of autopsy photos.
It was a Dateline special with autopsy photos. This is his main line, right? This is like the shit TV joke he has. Yeah, I was gonna get her a hitman, but a TV set was cheaper, so I got her a TV for her divorce present, and then we went out for a celebration dinner. What? What are you saying? Why do you keep saying that to everyone you meet, Charlie? Like, and now he's like his new main line is it was a two-hour Dateline special with autopsy photos.
And then these people hate you, Tallahassee, and look what they did. And it's even his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, that, like, not my best friend, and didn't say it. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, good one, Ramble. I like that.
I know her main focal points was literally like it's not what I was expecting, especially after the cross that she did. Sucked. Totally.
Yeah, the cross-examination that Georgia Cattleman did sucked. Well, what were you watching? Because I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was the best example of any, apart from maybe Christopher DeCoste, who's awesome at cross-examining Wendy. But, when Georgia Cappleman was talking to Charlie Adelson, wasn't that fantastic? Didn't she just rattle him like she was holding a bird cage and he was the bird inside the cage, and she was just rattling the cage. But that's what I was going to say, guys, a second ago before I got carried away in my curse words, was these people on the outside, Bree and Janice and Sky. How long is it going to last? Where they're like, "Oh no, yeah, no, you totally, they were, you were robbed of justice." And 2 weeks from now, are they going to be picking up the phone? Are they going to be like, "Oh look, Charlie Adelson's calling again from jail to say nothing news happened"? It dies out after a while, right? I don't know if any of y'all in the chat have got a relative or a loved one or a friend that's serving a lengthy prison sentence, but do you really still talk to them all that much? Doesn't it get a bit samey? I mean, I guess if it's your son or you're a really close relative, you would keep in touch, but anything a little more distant, it's like, well, I could pick up, but they'll tell me that they went to rec and they had to fight over what channel to put on in the TV room, and then they went to bed. And that's it. Does it get any more samey than a lengthy prison sentence? Yeah, I woke up, sat in the room, and I read a book for about 4 hours. had lunch, corn dogs again, and then back to the room.
Totally so.
Yeah.
And like you owned her in that, and so her closing, I was like, and I was reading online, I was like, people I guess said that like she's not good at closings, you know.
Someone prepared that for her. There's no way she came up with all those five in that closing. She went to work Saturday and Sunday.
He's got this other big thing about, no, someone, somewhere prepared that for her. Like, does he think that she has to do everything on her own, or it's not a fair trial? Yeah, no, she had help with her PowerPoint. Are you kidding me? It was copy paste. Someone was copying and paste, and they sent that PowerPoint to her to use in the 2-hour Dateline special with autopsy photos. Yeah, she did. You think she came out with that by herself? She didn't. She had help. That's okay, Charlie. She's the lead prosecutor for well, it's the county, right? Leon County.
15-hour days came off of that. She did not have that. Actually, if we did closings Friday afternoon, she wouldn't have had that.
You're right.
She wouldn't have.
Yeah, and then people were even saying online, people that had been like, you know, her fan account, like, oh, this worries me because she isn't great at closing or something, and you know, a few people. So I was like, okay, like you got this. Like
she isn't great at closing. Let me rewind the tape for you a minute, Bree, and tell you about. It's different now, isn't it? It's different today, isn't it? No further questions. Everybody in this chat knows what I'm talking about. She's not good at closing. She fumbles her words, does she? She peters out. Is that what you're saying? Because I saw anything but.
she sucked. Like did not come through at all during your testimony, but I still don't think she came through. It's not like she came back and just like got an A+ on it. She was literally, her focal points were about irrelevant things. Majority of them literally had nothing to do with you. Your mom's emails, your sister's book, the people of Tallahassee. Like,
yeah, people always gain so much credibility when they use the word literally, don't they? Yeah, doesn't that just spell further education?
you don't have a relationship in like you never lived. It wasn't you.
Don't get me wrong, I use it. I try not to most of the time, but sometimes it slips in, right? It's okay.
You in Tallahassee. You never lived in Tallahassee. You don't have connections to people in Tallahassee. Like it was your sister's life, your sister's book, your mom's emails, and because of all these things, this family hates.
Yeah, and your stapled money, your girlfriend, your recording in Dolce Vita, your recording in Matsuri, your phone call with Donna. I mean, yeah, it was your sister's book and Donna's crazy emails and Wendy's drive down Trescott, and nothing was to do with you. Yeah, apart from all the other stuff that was to do with him, which would have been plenty enough to convict him without the stuff that wasn't him. Such a selective viewpoint these people have when they're discussing this. It's fucking ridiculous, right? It's just like, what's the point of any of these conversations? Charlie wants to preserve his self-image. He wants to gain some comfort, because otherwise he's just going to be sitting in his jail cell thinking about all the mean things that Georgia Kappelman said about him, right? Or thinking about what he had to listen to when Phil Markel was giving his victim impact statement that was specifically designed to touch Charlie, right? When Phil Markel was talking about his time with Danny as a young boy, specifically referencing points in time that he'd spent with Danny when Danny was the same age or close in age to what Roman was in the present day. I thought that was genius, you know. And I think a small part for a brief moment got through to Charlie. Phil Markel could have come out and given a victim impact statement that just focused on Danny's life as an adult. I think many victim impact statements are like that. But Phil Markel decided to specifically reference points in time where his son, Danny Markel, was the same age as what Charlie's son was at that time, in the now. I believe that was specifically designed to demonstrate to Charlie in a way that he could relate to. Charlie doesn't have a grown, adult, highly educated son. But he's got a 5-year-old boy who was 3 the last time he saw him. And Phil Markel was talking about Danny when he was that age, to get to fucking Charlie, to say, yeah, you got that? Think about what you got with your boy and think about what you took from me, fucker.
You. Now go in there and think about what I just said.
Shit all over you. They rich, they hate you, they shit all over you. And
They hate this town. Like,
okay, so people can dislike towns. People move to Tallahassee. People move away from Tallahassee. Like,
right.
Like, not everybody, stays and everything. It's like these people are like, Tallahassee natives for 50 years. And you're shitting all over them. You look at some rich white Jew from Miami who came up here and did this. I did. Like, you're talking.
Yeah, you say all of those things, and they're sitting there like, yeah, this man should not go home.
No, it had. I mean, the night of the 18th didn't matter to them. The night of the 18th did not matter to them at all. Like, yeah, my house was right next to the fucking turnpike. Like, outside your house. Yes, let me know when you're coming outside the house. Okay, I wasn't home. I texted her 20 minutes later. I'm 10 minutes away, and it ended up being 20 minutes. They kept going.
I know. All of these minor details that they try to highlight and spin and turn, and it's completely.
Mom saying delete this text. I mean, I don't know what the fuck she meant by it. There was nothing to hide. I didn't delete it back. I mean, but like, oh, I know you'll come through on Dad's birthday present. Yeah, try to figure out what the fuck I was going to get him. There's a bunch of different things. It's a 70th birthday party. I mean, you're asking me 10 years later what possible ideas was I coming up with. I'm sure it was either baseball memorabilia, cruise idea, and you're paying for the catering, you're getting a special caterer to come in.
But also with gifts, you're not great at gifts. And anyone who knows
baseball memorabilia. What to get for the man who has everything, huh? For his 70th birthday. Yeah, how about some baseball memorabilia? Yeah, we've got Daryl Strawberry's glove. Oh man.
you would have been like, no.
I'm not American. I don't. He's a batter, right? I don't even know.
Wonder your mom was so, focused on, I know you'll get a gift, I know you'll come through,
like, what are we going to do? What are we going to get? And I'm like, okay, but now you're going to say that was my dad's gift? Like, are you crazy? Like,
actually, and not even that point makes sense. That theory doesn't even make sense, because their theory is that you guys all transpired and planned this and did this, but your dad wasn't a part of it. So, like, I mean, that was his gift.
I think my dad did. They think we all did. They have.
She just said, "Yeah, but your dad wasn't a part of it." A part of what? The thing that everyone else was a part of. Why would you differentiate from your dad wasn't a part of it?
I mean, they would have convicted.
I know, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
There
I know.
was no way this was a black guy on Tallahassee. This is the Dateline. This is the 2020. They got a 2-hour special on Dateline. They were holding off to do until right after the trial. It was all filmed and everything. They were just waiting for the verdict. They were releasing it. I mean, it was like a foregone conclusion. I mean, honestly,
I know. And so they're coming out, I guess, in a couple months, or the broadcasting of 2020 should be, and then June's gonna be.
Yeah, right, guys. Are you talking about her voice? She sound exactly like Janice?
And she was like, I did an interview months ago with the 2020. That I was like, that's great.
yeah.
She said, hopefully it's not embarrassing or anything. LOL, they wouldn't let me see it.
I don't know why that's not true.
I said, I literally, because she was sending me an email that like someone else had reached out to her, I guess like Dateline. And I said, look, June, I was like, I can't tell you what to say or do, but I mean, if you're asking my opinion.
They're only going to have editorial content. You could sit down and do the nicest interview about me, and they'll cut out the bits and pieces that make me look like the person that they want to look like. Holy shit.
I mean, and I straight up told her, I said, look, you made a big mistake by having an interview at all. And I said, but I understand you were mad at Charlie. And, you know, at that time, and unfortunately, you are now still living through that because of the things that you said.
Yeah. I mean, she can do what she wants to do.
That's what I said. I was like, I can't tell you what to do or say, but honestly, if you're asking my opinion,
Maybe she just, who knows, maybe she wanted to do the second interview to try to set it straight, what she said in the first. And she obviously was very angry. Angry when she did the first one. She was angry, she was hurt, she was sad.
She was bitter, she was sad, she, you know.
But
yeah, so.
Yeah, it's just pretty, the more I hear like stuff like that, it makes me think I'm never getting out.
Stuff like that does not change any hope.
This is not a case that's like, put it this way, I was in the courthouse and there was a guy that I was riding in with van with, dressing out with. He was here for 3 years. He was here on a first-degree murder charge. He had a baby mama. He was in his girlfriend's place. She had a kid, I guess, with his other.
Why hasn't he called June? You know, he saw her in court. She walked out. Why hasn't he called June? Or maybe he has, and that's never been released. I mean, I've never heard him speaking to June on the phone post-conviction. Has anyone else heard him speak to June? Why not? He's phoning everyone else.
Other guy, her ex-boyfriend, he shows up. They have words. He had told him, like, listen, you have a problem with her. You don't talk to her anymore. You come talk to me. Like, you deal with me. You don't deal with her anymore. You're her ex. You want to tell leave her the fuck alone. Come talk to me. So he shows up at the house or wherever they're at. This dude shoots him 8 times. Right? And I guess one of the shots hit his head. And, you know, so he's got a public defender, first-degree murder charge. He shot him 8 times. When the police show up, he was unarmed. His defense was that he thought the guy had a gun when he reached for his. He pulled a gun out from his jacket, and he shot him 8 times. And he ran to the house and then called the police and just let the police know what just happened. And the police and fire rescue got there in a few minutes, right?
Yeah.
Police show up. He doesn't have a gun. He said he was reaching for a gun. But they had the body. The guy was there. There was no gun. Police and fire rescue got there in a few minutes. Time to call went out, right? And then I spoke to other officers who were like, yeah, there was nobody around. Nobody was hanging around. The police wanted the first one to show up and see, right?
Right.
They acquitted.
Clarissa H. says she will soon forget about him, talking about Bree. She's not in Florida anymore. Why didn't his parents kick Janice out of the house and give it to Bree and Roman? Well, I think they left Bree a package so they could say, okay, that's our bit done, and the package was less than the value of the house, right? I mean, how much was the house worth? Does anyone know? It's got to be 500 grand, right? At least. No, it's more than that. I've seen the listing. It's 1.2 mil, right? Is that what it is? They probably gave Bree 150 grand. And they sold the house for $1 million too. So that's the answer to that question, I think, Clarissa.
They deliberated from 11 in the morning.
By the way, those aren't checked facts, guys. I'm not saying they are. That's roughly what I remember from several different places in my mind. The value of the house. I think I saw a listing where it was about $1 million too.
So the officers told me they deliberated
I could be wrong, and that's okay.
from 11 in the morning till 7:30 at night. Deliberations. The word came in. He said, and then when I was talking to him, he said he had 2 black women on the jury. That's it. It was a black guy.
Wow.
He was there deliberating for 8 hours. I was talking to him for a little bit. I was in my cell having lunch. And he was just he was pacing around his cell, and he was pacing his cell for 8 hours while the jury was deliberating. And they acquitted him.
Yeah, Clarissa, $1,500 a month to live in Miami, huh? I mean, that might get you. That's like your public transport costs per month in Miami. That's your bus pass and whatever else they have, you know.
And his adult died. He walked out of the courthouse. Leon County jail for 3 years. So the guy who had a dog says that somebody from the hood, after he shot and killed this guy, ran over, stole a handgun, and then that's why they never found the gun.
Wow.
But there was nobody to say that this guy had a gun.
Yeah, no, Porsche tires are about $1,500 each, I think, Ramble. But again, that is not a checked fact. That's not what I do, guys. You know, I have read everything. I've read everything, guys. But I can't remember any of it. Okay? You know, Fancy, she can read everything and remember it. I read everything and forget it. And that's just what I do.
But someone came and stole it. Yeah, usually that's what happens. Someone gets fucking shot 8 times and someone runs over and digs in the jacket with a gun. Then they get it in the next 3 to 4 minutes before the police show up. Like,
And then you have your situation where the most minor fucking details are being twisted and spun.
but this is every kissy case. Okay, that means that means what I said didn't happen because I said, hey, thanks a lot, you're the best. Well, I'm saying that for a reason, that you're taking it completely out of context. I'm not waking up and
Yeah, what I'm saying is, Katie, you're the best because you're protecting me from the Latin Kings. You've arranged my layaway plan where I pay month by month, but it doesn't get taken off the principal, and I still owe that amount even at the end of however long I'm giving you $3,000 a month for on the company payroll. I'm saying you're the best because you're protecting me from the Latin Kings, right? And when I called her to say, oh, it could be you, Katie, or it could be another ex-girlfriend, I'm saying, I'm not setting you up. This isn't me setting you up. It's just, what can you say about it? I mean, what the fuck can you say about it? Yeah, Matt Taumena says the Adelsons have zero remorse, only regret for getting caught. I don't even think they have that. They are outraged that they've been accused of the crime they committed. You know, Oh, I'm trying to think of a way to share something with you guys. Vaguely. Well, I'll just say this. I am aware of a certain key player's position in this case. Maybe someone awaiting trial, maybe someone else. But I can tell you that that person has no regret, only outrage, and is just itching to get in that courtroom and get home. And that expression is not from my interpretation. That is from the direct written word. You got that, Fancy?
In the morning, and I miss you so much. I wish we were still together. Like, but that you can't say you know what happened on the 18th because in 2015 I said I'm lucky to have you in my life. Thank you so much. Like, what was that in relation to? I don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? There's no context. It's just 5 or 6 words, and it's like she kept saying like, and this is his extorter. I'm like, damn. How can she?
I know, like, how many times did you have to fucking repeat yourself? And how clear is it that at that time you said you didn't think you had anything to do with it?
No.
You literally had to say that 20 times, and it was frustrating, actually. I would have lost school with it.
I mean, I kept saying to her, even in like her openings and her other statements she was saying, she kept saying like, this is his extorter. I kept writing it down like, does she get it? She doesn't get it. We kept looking at each other going, she doesn't get it. No, we didn't get it. She was just restating the facts wrong, and that's what the jury took.
She was like, yeah, it doesn't matter if you actually just cleared that up. I'm going to keep going with my statement.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell them what happened because you weren't there, so you're testifying for me. You're changing my testimony. You shouldn't be allowed to change people.
Oh, hey, just seen some coffees come in, guys. So thank you, Jen the Wren and Dog Mama Laura and it just says someone. So yeah, no, thank you for the coffees, guys. That's very much appreciated. And it will go straight into our battery bank fund bank. Okay. Thank you, guys.
People's testimony in a closing.
I agree.
Like, you shouldn't be allowed to like say lies, put up autopsy photos, take all this stuff from having to do with my sister and my mom. That has nothing to do with the 18th. Like, it's not about the evidence; it's about the show. But I mean, dude, how could I have been so fucking right in knowing exactly what was going to be up here? I mean, I'm not going to get into detail, but like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I knew I was innocent. People were always like, you know, one of the bailiffs that was taking me to court, like, probably in February, goes, man, I got to ask you one question. So he just said something like,
yeah, hi, Rabbit. Yeah, no, I did send you a message in Discord last night after the stream because I didn't see your coffees come in until we had finished. I didn't get the notification for some reason. Usually I like to thank people in the stream, but I sent you a message and tagged you on Discord last night. So we did get your coffees, and that's really appreciated. Maybe you just haven't been into Discord today, but that's okay. I'm glad you mentioned it. And yes, we received them, and we thank you, Rabbit, very much.
Like, he's like, listen, he's like, me and my buddies can't figure out why you didn't just pack it and run. He's like, you know, you had 5-6 years. He's like, if that was me, I would have been long gone. I'm like, I'm innocent.
Yeah, people see it. I mean, people are like, nope, not married.
Yeah, if they had any evidence, we'd have already left the country. Oh man, what a thing to get caught on, huh? I mean, little tip: if you're going to meet, if you suspect, I mean, did he at the time of Dolce Vita, right? Charlie was in the position of like, well, it could be a Latin king or it could be a cop. So in that situation where it could be one or the other, don't go to a restaurant having arranged the meeting by phone. You go to that person in person. I don't care if you have to wait outside their fucking dental office for 4 hours. You do everything. You no phones, and don't even speak about it. What you do is you have a piece of fucking paper and a pen, and you write on the paper with the pen, and you show that to them. And don't even let them hold it. It's yours, and you burn it as soon as it's done, right? The whole notepad, so they can't even do the thing where they look at the imprint on the next page. You burn the whole notepad. Is this rocket science? The same with Donna, like after the bump, phoning Charlie. This TV is going to be about 5. She obviously thought it was a cop, because if it was a Latin king, there's no need to be cagey on the phone, because what do you think, a Latin king is going to be bugging your phone? I don't think that's how they operate, you know? So they're being careful to the point where they have to talk in this stupid code on the phone that's easily decrypted. Ugh. Worst criminals ever. I mean, unbelievable.
All this money, no kids, nothing tying you down where you are. So, yeah.
I could have easily picked up, gone somewhere, and tried to disappear. Could have easily done that. I'm like, I'm innocent. I'm not running. They're not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. If I had anything to do with this, I'd be running to the airport. Like, they even said that as like the first thing when they picked up on the audio was that if they had any
evidence, we'd be on our way to the airport.
Go to the airport. I'm like, they're not going to have.
I loved it in Katie's trial where Tara Kawas was saying, and you still had family in the Philippines? And you had a passport? And you could have gone to the Philippines where you had family? But you didn't, did you? And it's like, okay, well, that would be a big, drastic step, wouldn't it? And Georgia Kappelman just gets up and goes, yeah, but if you went to the Philippines, you could have still been brought back because there's an extradition treaty. And your fleeing could have been used as evidence against you for consciousness of guilt. You know, this you see it so many times. When we get to the Michael Dunn case, that's going to be funny, because in that one, he's a pilot, right? He's a private plane, small aircraft pilot, and they say to him, and you weren't trying to run, were you? Because you had a plane, didn't you? And you had a passport, couldn't you? And you could have flown that plane. There's just something funny about this. He's a big 6'4", 280-pound guy. There's just something funny about thinking about him sat in this little tiny biplane flying over the intercoastal whatever, trying to flee.
That is to show I was a part of something I wasn't a part of. Like, if this is the police, that's fine. I'm happy. Like,
I know. I don't like how you said that either. Just saying like, oh, it's clear what you were saying. If they had evidence, we'd be on our way to the airport. If they had evidence.
what they're doing is they're twisting it, and they're saying it as like, hey, we did such a good job covering our tracks. We're not going to have any evidence. Well, aren't they like, if they are the police, aren't they pretending to be an associate of somebody that supposedly that we hired? Like, we didn't hire anybody. I don't know who the fuck these people are. Like, I'm trying to tell her, like, I'm not sending her off. I need your help. Like, that was the gist of it. And if I ever spoke bluntly, she would have thought, like, okay, he's setting me up and giving me no help, and who's extorting me now? Very logical. Like, it's a very logical explanation. It was exactly great. This is why when someone runs, they're not necessarily guilty. They just may feel the system will not be able to treat them fairly.
Hey,
Yeah, I see that now.
hey. Julia, rock. You rock. You're our top contributor of the night. 5 coffees, ladies and gentlemen. 5 coffees. Well done, Julia. Thank you so much for the support, for the battery power. We really appreciate it, Julia. And God bless you, and have a fantastic, brilliant night and whole week.
This is a prime example of, like, I knew what the temperature was up here. I knew what the fucking media was doing for years. I knew it. Like, I knew it, but I was like led to believe you'll be able to get a fair trial. Like, we use our X's. I think I told you how it works and how you, like, take people on the jury, like, with the questionnaire and everything.
Yeah.
But, like, we had people come in and they go, oh, yeah, I heard a podcast about it, like, a couple of years ago. I think it was Over My Dead Body. Okay. So someone who hears
Very
the podcast,
detailed.
like 6 hours of, like, shit.
No, like, you're clearly very committed and know the people of this, you know the situation, you know what you know everything at this point, or you think you do by listening to the podcast. And then but yeah, for someone to bring that up, it shows that, like, you have, like, dove down into some information about what's going on. And that shouldn't have been even an X needed to be used. That should have been like, okay, have a good day.
Yeah, I'm agree for that, and then they go, yeah, and I've seen Dateline, but I could totally be fair. Okay, guess what? I'm using my X on you. Guess what? Next one.
I'm thinking about throwing in some contrast here, guys. Maybe going over to a little bit of courtroom footage. How about should we do a bit of Charlie on the stand? I don't know. Any ideas, guys? Any from Charlie Adelson's trial? Any key bit of footage that we could just throw into the mix here? Because I just can't stand to listen how these idiots are bad-mouthing the case, the faultless case against him. Oh, they didn't even deliberate. Oh, and they had lunch. They just had lunch and filled out the forms. They didn't think. They couldn't think. Dan made it for a 3rd grade level. He should have made it for a 1 grade level. No grade. No grade, Tallahassee. Idiots. If you're going to quote me, date me. Yeah, Crime and Coffee. That's right. Just showing us all how prepared he was on the stand. Oh, you want to know what? You want to know what call? Okay, I'll tell you what call. It was on the 3rd of April at 12:30 in the afternoon, and the call lasted for 20 6 minutes and 31 seconds. Because I've read everything, guys. I've read everything. Okay. I think I need to make a t-shirt. And Fancy Fiction, I know you're listening. I know you're listening somewhere in the background. But I'm making a t-shirt in your honor. I've read everything. Okay. I think it's going to be a top seller. And we're not making fun. It's a tribute, Fancy. Take the compliment. Okay, yeah, let's do a little bit of Charlie on the Stand. Why the fuck not? How do we do that? We go like this, and then we go like this, and we say Charlie Adelson cross examination.
Just trying to say, I'm not setting you.
Mr. Adelson, is it doctor?
It is, yes.
All right, doctor. Have you ever heard the saying that the simplest explanation is always the most likely? Have you heard that?
I've heard that theory before, yeah.
Was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
Do you, I mean, you have a thorough explanation. Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
Do you agree that the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations?
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
I want to go through some of that. You claim.
I love Georgia's opening to this because you can tell that she has been savoring this moment for years, right? She knows he's a little dumb. She knows he's arrogant. She's got a pretty good grasp on what buttons to press, but she also knows that he's somewhat of an operator, right? Little bit. He does have some. I'm not giving him any credit here, guys, okay? But he does have some skill as an operator. So it's like a boxer. Boxer goes into the ring, been waiting for that fight for months, and suddenly it's ding ding, let's get it on, right? And she comes in hard, comes in swinging.
Claim that you were extorted on July 18th, 2014 by Catherine Magbanua and also in the background, some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Catherine Magbanua.
You weren't?
Okay, that's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay,
And
and
that's 2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera.
Yeah, Crime and Coffee. She did allow him to stay on that self-made pedestal, but it wasn't a gift to Charlie. It wasn't just a gift to Charlie, because is it right at her closing? She's drawing attention to that elevated status in society, Dr. Adelson, because later, right, I don't know if it's right at the end or near the end of closing, when she repeats back to him the comment he made about, if Luis Rivera comes to me, I'll kill him in my driveway. And when the cops come and there's a dead gang member, who are they going to believe, a doctor or a dead gang member? You know, she's demonstrating to the jury his sense of elevated status above society and showing the jury that he used that hubris to justify his behavior and actions, right? Very smart.
Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. We've got that right. The time of the
In
extortion.
2014?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspect.
Oh, hey, no subtitles in this one, guys, so we can get some comments on the screen. So keep those comments rolling in. Like, share, leave a comment, support the channel, buymeacoffee.com, Patreon memberships, merchandise in the description for the video. Like, share, leave a comment, super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker. Thank you.
That she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial.
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail awaiting trial. Yes.
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened. Yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to.
Love the way she moves, these reaches forward. Look at that. It's like watching a ballerina or something. It's physical theater. And Georgia understands that. It's fantastic. You know, I think I don't know, but I suspect there's a whole syllabus in law school where they teach you about movement. You know, it's fantastic what she does. And a lot of it is you're born with it, and a lot of it is you learn on the job. So maybe it's not in the law school. I don't know. Look at this. There's a facial expression which is like, oh, really? And then she does someone have to come to you? Fantastic.
What happened? Yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told.
The eyes as well, the change in the eyes. She is a demon at this. Love you, Georgia.
The truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So you strike that. On day one, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin King?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone calls?
No texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about in 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Did you have any contact with the thugs that were getting your money for 2 years?
No.
Did anybody put a gun to your head?
I was told that I would be killed in 48 hours if I didn't pay up.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did anyone put a gun to your head?
You're asking me, did anyone pull a gun on me?
That's what
Is
I
that
asked
your
you.
question? No, nobody pulled a firearm on me.
All right, so when Catherine...
the old Adelson switch the wording. A gun? A gun? No, nobody pulled a firearm on me.
Banwa came to you on July 18th and said, open the safe and give me all your money. She was not armed.
She was not carrying a gun that day,
And
no.
were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe, yes.
Were you led to believe or told that the bad guys are outside, right outside your apartment or your residence?
No, but I was led to believe what they did to Dan, they were going to do to me.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did she say, like, the car's running, I'm going to take the money out there to him right now?
No, she never told me that they were waiting for me outside my house.
In fact, she stayed the night with you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And didn't exit your house with your $138,000 until the next day. right?
Correct.
You see, stupid Dan Rashbaum and stupid Charlie Adelson have been prepping this shit for months, right? Months, a year, a full year and more, maybe. Okay, maybe the first few months was like sorting out, I don't know, fucking paperwork or something, but they've been prepping this for a year, but only thinking about it from their own perspective, right? Charlie is having to think about most of these questions from Georgia on his feet, right? Which is unbelievably poor for your defense counsel to not prep you for cross, difficult questions from cross, which is the whole fucking point of cross, right?
And the money, the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000, and had a staple in it.
And stapling money's a little unusual. Would you agree with that?
For me, it wasn't unusual. That's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it with a staple or a paper clip or an envelope. I just know what I do.
Would you agree, Doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killers were paid in stapled money and came up with that information in this case?
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
I'd say it is a compelling piece of evidence. You know why? Because stapling money together is fucking stupid. Well, every time you need to use any money, you have to fuck around with your fingernail, pulling the staple legs apart and then out of the hole. What a pain. You know, or you rip it out and tear all the corners off the bills. Paper clip, man. What is wrong with you? Or just fold the corner. You know, you have 9 100s and you fold 1 100 around it like a belt. That's what people usually do, you know.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of I paid, but I did it under duress based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted and I paid the money.
All right. So Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police?
Oh, see you later, Neverly. Good job tonight, girl.
At that point, maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her.
Right. Why did you do that?
Because I was being extorted for $250,000.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did. And there's a big difference between the two.
Okay, well, the way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific. Please.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before, and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, Doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me. And I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed.
I just seen Ian's comment about Georgia being a big cat, and it reminded me of this. Look at this guy, huh? So one of our viewers, Victoria BC Girl, had this guy in her garden the other day. A cougar. I think she should call it Georgia Kappelman. Look at this guy. I mean, maybe I'm a sheltered individual, but I'd say if that was in my garden, I'd freak the fuck out. Call the FBI.
The person that came and extorted my mom, that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $1/3 of $1 million.
You need to pay $1/3 of $1 million.
You need to pay $1/3 of $1 million. Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $1/3 of $1 million. And when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming they got the $1/3 of $1 million from.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer. Isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay. Was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $1/3 of $1 million.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing or Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $1/3 of $1 million.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $1/3 of $1 million. Yeah. And then one day with my sister.
I'm not zooming in on George's chest, okay, guys. I want to see Charlie's tie, because someone, Albert, has said that's a Windsor knot, and I don't think it is, but let's...
Was able to. She was going to pay me back.
Okay, that's not a Windsor knot, Albert, okay? Is it? No, it's not triangle enough. That's just a standard... I think it's a clip-on, to be honest. Charlie still can't make a tie. Tie a tie.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magbanua, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings.
Okay. Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night. Okay. So yeah, that's night happened.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019. It's just brilliant what she does. I don't even know how to describe that. The intonation, the rhythm, the build, the crescendo. It's just masterful. And yeah, Crime and Coffee. I know she teaches a mock trials and stuff in FSU, and I hope those students know how lucky they are. I hope that they realize that they have a sensei in front of the class. I mean, what a privilege. That I would just love to sit in on one of those classes and watch her teach. I bet it's fantastic.
In 2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece. She's a...
I love how she, sorry to keep interrupting, guys, but I love how she multiple times, she's taken the piss out of Dan Rashbaum, going, you have revealed the puzzle piece. They keep trying to hammer that piece in, but it won't fit. Most of you know me by now. I love puzzles.
A blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe sitting here in 2023
Yes.
that she was in on the extortion for sure.
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah,
Okay.
sitting here today, we can. Sure.
We'll refer to her as an extortionist. So this woman, the extortionist, is going to do you a solid by negotiating with the Latin Kings for you to get on a payment plan for the extortion. Isn't that what happened?
What you're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said, because I didn't have the money, she said, ask me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014. And
Yeah, the Latin Kings come to Charlie with a gun to his head and say, listen, buddy, we want $333,000, $333 and no, okay, what is it? How do you even say this number? $333,333.33, buddy. Or one of your family will die. You want to hear the number again? It's $333,333.33, buddy. That's what we want. And we want it right now. 1 cent less and someone's getting killed today.
I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone. She walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my
Gary, I think he says Aladdin. The Aladdin Kings. The Aladdin Kings and the 40 Thieves.
living room. And she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
All right. And then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
I think he's saying it like that so that when he gets off these charges, that the American Dental Authority, whatever you might call that, what would you call that? The Dental Medical Board or whatever it is, can't say, hey, you've been dishing out fucking Xanax to non-prescription people, so we're taking away your license. He's like safeguarding his dental, maybe that's his calling in prison, a dentist, an aesthetic dentist.
And the next morning she left with your money, right?
She left about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014.
Correct.
When Sigfredo Garcia gets one of his guys to come and knock Charlie's teeth out, he'll be able to put them back in himself in the right order.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wendy, even though, according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right. But you did go to the gym that morning, right? Could we show that text, please? Were you able to go to the gym the next morning?
I absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never.
Just as a side note here, guys, I've heard some people saying that when Wendy is on trial, and if she takes the stand, that maybe Georgia will step back and let Sarah Dugan do the cross-examination. And I love Sarah Dugan. I think her cross-examination of Katie McBanner was incredible. The pit bull. George is the bear and Dugan is the pit bull. Okay, just will not let go. But to those people, I say, what the fuck are you on? There's no way that's going to happen. Georgia is gonna be taking that. If Wendy is stupid enough to take the stand in her own defense, which maybe she will be, maybe she won't be, George is going to be doing the cross-examination for damn sure. Like, I would bet $1,000 on that right now.
Over there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
But you didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So
Hey, thanks, Kurt, for the support, the super sticker. Very much appreciated, Kurt.
would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McVanoa on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, can we just pretend like this never even happened? So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her, like, I'm trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely. That's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
All right. So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. All those hours of you talking, there is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
And yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay. But nowhere, even in the midst of this whole second extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually, I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that it's my dad's ear, and that's why I went.
Yeah, Katie told me that we shouldn't talk about it again. So when she left that day with all my money, I text her to let her know that I was okay with that. And what I texted her was, "Oh, it's a beautiful day. You going to the pool or the beach? Are you taking the kids? That's awesome." To let her know that I had accepted that I wouldn't be talking about this. Okay. Well, why wouldn't you just not text her at all? The message is the same, Charlie.
And said it, and that's what we were talking about at the time. So
At Matsuri, the only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the mic.
I don't know if if this puts me as a perfectionist, but an asymmetrical tie needs to be cut off and burnt. Okay? Put it in the fucking middle or take it off.
Microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you'd come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's nobody to corroborate this testimony?
There is.
Okay. And the Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
You just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone. Every time when you were talking on the phone for
No,
hundreds of hours on this
no.
wire.
There's always a chance that I was being listened to.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. And you were talking about it.
I whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy. At that point, I thought I had privacy.
And Catherine Magbanua and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up when I confronted her.
But if this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. I always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted. So I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that conversation in the car had been recorded?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it prove your theory?
Yeah.
That you're talking about the
If I
prior
think about it,
extortion.
then you know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, and then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard.
You know, when we see Georgia at the podium and she's got her notes, right? And she pauses quite a lot to adjust the notes somehow. Look there, okay?
Speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie.
There we go. Okay. Little pen going down to the podium. Let's move that comment for a second.
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing.
Okay, I want an overhead camera angle on that document, whatever she's writing on, and we can have a little picture-in-picture where we can do a bit of vision mixing and see whatever the fuck she's putting on that paper. I bet it's a work of art. I want that thing to be hanging in the Tate Modern, okay? Or the Guggenheim. Like, just what is on that paper? I bet it's beautiful to look at. And probably messy, you know. These fantastic lawyers, their notes are just all over the place, but they mean something to them. Everyone's got their own system, right? And whatever she's doing, I'm so curious to know what is on that paper. How is it being notated? Yeah. And we have seen, do you remember in the first trial, there was no face on camera to the lawyers. Sometimes you got to see the back of their head, but most of the time the camera was just on the witness box, right? And then it'd zoom out for the judge, or when they had sidebar and stuff like that. But we've seen in the trials the camera angles and the quality of the camera work evolve over time, and the sound, right? So for Donna's trial, why not get Georgia overhead podium cam and show us the notes? I mean, I guess they can't for legal reasons, but I wish they could. You know, if there was an auction where you could purchase Georgia Kappelman's legal notes from this trial, oh, I'd be a front running bidder for that. Any number, keep it going up all day long. Here is a blank check with my name on it. Write down any number and I will pay.
Doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like, I wouldn't even say the words to her when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning what happened to me before?
This is an interesting comment, Ramble. No one's ever said this to me before. Muck Ramble on says, Metrix, I wish you would give commentary and react to Fancy Fiction's videos and streams. I feel like I'm watching Dateline whenever she puts one out. Okay. I'm trying to think in my mind very briefly how that might go. I mean, usually when I watch Fancy Fiction, sometimes I don't catch the live, and if I don't catch the live, I put it on 0.75 speed because my brain is a little tired sometimes. I'm only getting about 3 hours sleep a night at the moment because I have to stay up so late for the Eastern Standard Time and the Pacific Time, and you know, I get up as soon as the sun hits the studio, which is about 8. So I'm pretty tired, and when I listen to Fancy Fiction, sometimes it's a little quick, so I put it on 0.75 speed. But how would a commentary go? I mean, she's the commentator. How can you commentate on a commentator? I don't know. I'll try and envisage that the next time I listen to Fancy, which will probably be tonight. Isn't she on tonight? I don't know.
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom, and I would say, it's not the same person. Like, that was in reference to what happened to me, and she knew that.
What call do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was Tuesday, the 26th. And I said, it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26th, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end.
Oh, absolutely, Sue. I was just going to say that it might be a little bit of a faux pas to go and do that, and I probably wouldn't do it. You know, I don't want to step on any toes here. Fancy Fiction's got real big feet, and I'm sure very attractive footwear. So, you know, I wouldn't want to step on any toes at all. But it might be an interesting idea just for me to do for my own personal collection.
And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person. So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago and has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person.
Oh my God. Look, Soap. Albert's just announced that Fancy is live now. We're about to lose 85% of our audience, but that's okay. I'll probably go over there myself. Or should we go and comment on her show while it's happening? That'd be funny. And then she can comment on me commenting on her. We can create an infinity loop.
Person that's extorting me, correct.
All right. So I want to go back to Wendy. Wendy is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back. Yeah.
Right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
Hey, Clarissa, if you can do that, then you should work for NASA. That is a special talent. Can you also read while you're watching both streams and cook lunch?
This what I don't she wasn't planning it wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes. she's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markel than you do.
Okay, everyone's saying that Fancy's live now. I'm actually tempted to go and just put her stream on here and comment on it.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendy, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markel in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were. But would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. Okay. I mean, I don't think, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't
know about that, Rabbit. I think Fancy likes me. She made me a moderator of her show the other day. She mentioned me on her program as a good supporter of the Justice for Dan Markel movement. So I'm touched and honored. And I don't think me and her have got a problem at all.
I don't think a distance would stop him.
Okay. Where did Wendy and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And
Rabbit Inc. Do I have a foot fetish? No, I like any word that begins with F. My name is Frank. Her name is Fancy Fiction. And we're talking about feet. I'm just kidding, I just, whatever. She's a person, I'm a person, we're both here doing this, and that's what it is.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute and your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system, yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So like wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post-murder. Do you agree with that?
I know there was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
Yeah, people are always making these jokes at me, at least, Carrie. They're always saying, "Oh, I hear wedding bells. I hear wedding bells," which is ridiculous. But no, I did have a thought the other day. If Fancy Fiction and I did get married, perhaps we should have the, what do you call it? The officiator. Is that, the guy who does the vows, use our YouTube handles? Do you, True Crime Metrix, take fancy? Shut up.
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me, and I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed. And I carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time, after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money.
Yeah.
Brian B, comment of the night. That is such a funny thought. Yeah, and who's the ring bearer? Ladybug? I don't know.
Yes.
All right.
Georgia Kappelman drives the limo.
And the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right. So you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed.
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right. Then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magbanua broke up, according to your direct. Do I have that right?
That's not correct.
When did you break up?
Within a week, I met her. We went out to dinner. We went out to eat, and I just said, "This has got to end."
All right. So you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her,
Hi, Mary Bartlett. How you doing?
that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intent.
Hi, Tracy L. Sorry, guys, I'm pausing so much, but we're having some new guys come in. Just want to say, hey.
Intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her and I said, "Listen, I don't want to surround myself with this. I'm scared." She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me, and she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you've testified that all the gifts and stuff.
You notice how Charlie Adelson's posture is like exactly the same as it was in that ridiculously bad promotional video that they did for the Adelson Institute? Like this, like an X-Man or something, like this sort of shoulders back, big chest, you know, like, and while he's trying to act like he's remembering how terrified he was, but he can't help but try and make himself look like a superhero.
That you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for things to do, nice things to do for her, because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magbanua a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated, for sure.
Talk on the phone?
And texted, yeah.
And meet up?
No, the only time I would see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books, because none of this money was going to her and she needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that, I mean, have sex with her.
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay. When was that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we broke it up.
Yeah, we did it once. We actually did it in the pile of money that I was giving her.
Okay, well, there was one other occasion before that in October.
It was such a turn on to give her $3,000 a month for nothing that didn't even come off the principle of the money that I was being extorted with under threat of my own life and my family's life. It was such a turn on that I just had to have one more piece. So we did it right there in the money.
Of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about. This July, let me count the months: July, August, September, October. So 4 months.
Okay, and then there's another one on October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay, well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been.
Could it have been 2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, I don't need help. I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone again. Erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me. Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
Okay. On 9/11,
in 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019, so you're taking what was known in 2019, and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in 19.
I'm not trying to say.
I mean, these are theatrics, right? Georgia's not actually clamping her forehead with stress. She's acting. She's demonstrating to the jury how tiresome that is to deal with a liar, right? She's not stressed one bit. And all Charlie's minions, they're going, yeah. She didn't know what she was doing. She was frustrated. She clamped her head. She held her head in court. Didn't know anything. No evidence. No evidence.
Say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/14 or 9/11 of 14, she sends you hashtag bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
Hey, Bobby Cat.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On 10/6 of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk.
Now that'll be embarrassing, right, Charlie? What did Bree say? You just put it in and go to town and talk about yourself. Oh.
10/23 of 14. Thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
2/24 of 15. You agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say, I love you to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of this. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy. And I felt like she got dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger. Initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me, and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him,
but you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfredo was behind this.
So wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who, I mean, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
I mean, we
111 likes, triple digits, 111. Fantastic. Okay, last plug of the evening, guys. Please remember to like the video, share, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel for Donna Adelson's trial, Sarah Boone's trial, and everything we've got coming after that, right? And if you would like to support the channel and help us buy a new battery for our studio here, yeah, please go to buymeacoffee.com and buy us a coffee.com. Or become a Patreon member, or check out our merchandise for sale. Links in the description. There's also links in the description for Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, where you can get updates, fantastic updates, really good updates, and Discord, the place to be for everybody, you and me. What else is there? What else is there? Subscribe, buymeacoffee.com. Yeah. I mean, it's just oh yeah, super chat and super like and super. Is super like a thing, or have I made that up? It's not a thing, is it? I always say that. No, it's super chat, super sticker, super thanks. Okay, but the best one is buymeacoffee.com and become a member.
Spent 7-8 months together,
but you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't considering.
I mean, you were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kick, right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay.
Has anybody seen Whitney Kick or heard from Whitney Kick? Does she even exist?
Being you were not going to marry Catherine Magbanua.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
Okay. And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Yes.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it as she's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit from somebody.
Is she the one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person, yes.
And she's...
Okay, just a quick Google search. I'd say that fits the bill, right? That's his style. That's his MO, and a volleyball champion. I bet Charlie loves volleyball champions. Don't we all?
She's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth.
Right? And I looked at it, that I ran my mouth too. And if I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her.
I had.
Super Metrix. Yeah, that should be the new plug. Yeah, Super Metrix.
Did you have any contact?
Zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers?
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers?
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case?
Absolutely not.
and she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned.
That's
Charlie, the line is absolutely no.
not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you're lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again, you tell her she's the best.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now. Okay.
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now. It's like she's talking to a dementia patient. Where did you put your trousers? Try and remember. We're looking back now. Did you take your pill this morning? Look back now.
me. Like what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then,
Yeah,
and that's
when
why you were.
Charlie said, if you're going to quote me, date me. Date me. Georgia just threw up a little bit in her mouth. No, date me. Don't date me. Do you want to date? It's like Ison with that witness yesterday. So, 7 o'clock? I'm married. I've been married a long time, but we all get a little tired and we need a break. So, are you stressed? How about barbecue? You like barbecue? I know a great place on Monroe. Just off Monroe. Actually, it's off Monroe, but it's a great place. So 7. Oh, Isom, you silver fox.
Were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration. That she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still gonna be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
All right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts where you're still nice to this person after you break.
Bob, I'm still tempted to just go and have a little tiny peek at Fancy Fiction stream on this stream. Just for like 3 minutes or something. Just as an experiment. No, not meant as any disrespect or anything like that, you know, at all, seriously. But that might be it's kind of a strange concept that someone brought up in these comments, and yeah, it's got me kind of curious.
Break up with her, you're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and the bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, Doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. And now you're finding it out.
Yeah, and can you tell by this look of desperation on my face and my jerky body movements that I'm really telling you the truth? Please believe me, jury, believe me. You know something he doesn't do a lot of, which we see a lot in defendants that take the stand. Jody did it a lot, right? Is turning to the jury. Like the prosecutor, or the defense counsel or the prosecutor will ask the witness questions, and instead of the defendant looking at the person asking the question, they turn to the jury and speak it to them, which is always just looks weird to me. But I think that's usually what people are advised to do. But I can't remember of one single time that Charlie has done that, possibly because he knows he cannot possibly relate to these bumble country bumpkin 1 grade, no grade, Tallahassee grade, non-grade, no brain, dimwit fox in the jury. His words, not mine. Okay? His words, not mine. And yeah, he just doesn't feel like he's telling the truth, does he?
Most people don't send kissy faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
That's how, I remember him later, he's like, that's how I text. She had nothing. She focused on kissy faces in the text. Yeah, well, you know, it paints a picture, Charlie.
Again, Miss Kappelman, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand
Tell me
over
I'm wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And the checks, which is another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
Okay. It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
Maria, I was curious about going and putting Fancy Fiction Stream on here for a few minutes and commenting on it as part of this show. But I don't want to step on any toes or those beautiful shoes.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the
Because
money.
half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think she was sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing it, that's your point. She must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how
It's
I
not a
saw
lot
it.
of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Tell me about Dan Markel a little bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, a nice enough guy, typical.
Yeah, Neverly, Amber Heard with looking at the jury. That was hilarious. In fact, maybe we'll do a bit of Amber Heard for our next Sunday Fun Day. How about it, guys? That might be funny. It's been ages since I looked at the trial. I kind of watched it while it was happening and then never looked at it again. But do you remember all the impressions people were doing on? I don't have TikTok, but I know people were doing it on TikTok because there would be like these half-hour collections of TikTok videos that people would put on YouTube of all people doing impressions of Amber Heard and her attorneys. Just hilarious. Yeah, that was a fun bit of pop culture for a while, wasn't it?
Wendy boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I mean, I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy.
Did you get on with Professor Markel? As nice guy. I think this is my favorite Charlie Adelson quote of all time.
Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I mean, I think he was a little nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common, but he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Markel boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom, and we hear them a lot?
It was a question, Charlie. If you're going to answer it, the answer would be no, I'm assuming, from the way you chose to answer it. Did you host a celebration dinner after his death? That's a complete lie. What? There wasn't an assertion. How could it be a lie?
Lot, right?
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That
Yes.
was the same day. I mean, that was the same call that got broken up, and she called me back. But yes,
Doing their bedtime routine,
helping my sister out for sure.
reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that.
Oh, Rabbit, if you'd like to see me do Amber Heard, I hope you're ready for a different kind of show. I'm going to let loose on that bitch.
Kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do. You're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You
All
gotta
the
brush
kind
your
of
teeth.
things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
All the, yeah. Well, dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that you know your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendy the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you? Let's
I don't know. You get,
before this case.
no, I don't. I mean, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
No, I mean, she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No,
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, bad mouthing her. But I think any parent would get upset.
But also she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
Yeah,
I think
Charlie, we have the emails, buddy. They're really long and detailed and obsessive and vicious. So why do you not think your mother was upset about the divorce, Charlie? What kind of sense are you making? You see, he's so unprepared. He doesn't even know what he's got a little bit of room to lie about, and what is ridiculously like stupid to lie about. Like, Georgia could literally hold up a stack of paper and say, listen, buddy, here are all the emails. They're vicious and long and obsessive, and they're all about the divorce. Totally unprepared. He's thinking on his feet. You know, which isn't easy. I mean, the fact that he's so unprepared, I'm almost tempted to say he's not done that bad a job, but only because he's unprepared, and he should have been prepared, right? And he has done a bad job because he's an idiot. It's unbelievable. I mean, Daniel Rashbaum. I mean, I guess I'm pleased that Daniel Rashbaum is such a useless, nothing person that has taken a shitload of money from these Adelson people. A shitload of money. Millions. More than $2 million already, right? That's huge. Think about that as your salary. That's $100,000 a month. Anyone in the chat making $100,000 a month?
She liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about the time around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it kind of like tapered off. I think that.
Hey, Rabbit Inc. with a K. I'll let you I'll let you in on a little secret. Georgia wins.
She only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem.
He
with
was being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendy, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm, and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do. And I was like, hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't. And she's like, well, I don't have that skill. And I'm like, well, it's a good opportunity to learn it, and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else. But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kerry B. We're going up against two heavy hitters. We haven't really lost anybody in the chat. And also the Telus verdict's happening right now, isn't it? Good job, Metrix. Planting the flag.
A great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but Not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendy? Did you get information from from Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree, and Bree worked for Dave, so I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree, so I kind of had an inside. I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his. After she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24, and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child. Yeah.
All right. So back to Wendy and Donna. So Wendy, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. 3 E's. Yeah, would you? That'd be great. Please go to 209.
Which way are you going?
On this way, just hop off at there and fast. Anyways, so
More like a foot wrestle, right, Sue?
I just put the date now.
How did you?
I just called an old fart. She's a few months older than me. But so I asked him for his birthday. Turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Fleetwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what she needs to do is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason. It's because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
She's
know.
happy,
Yeah,
and then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it in Fleetwood.
Aw.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got. And that she was going to be here tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning.
Right.
I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh,
So,
yeah, he sounded good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday saying you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia?
Hey, welcome, P. Bossa. P. Bossa.
And she had reported that the necklace had been
Sounds like a character from The Lion King, doesn't it? P. Bossa.
pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
and
we'll
you're
get
putting
to
the
the
whole case
TV.
together with the word roughed up. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not
if
putting the whole case together,
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
but that's
Please wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's an unusual, I mean, you know, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it, but did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck, yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Catherine Magbanua about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her
I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you know.
3-year-old can't repeat a sentence from an hour ago. It doesn't happen. I have a young boy. He can't repeat one even small word from half an hour. It doesn't happen. The young boy can't remember anything and speak.
That was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I always try to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's the new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that here in court.
Hey, not for nothing, guys, but yesterday's stream, we did 2 streams yesterday, and the second one we did has been the most widely accepted, successful stream on this channel ever. It was Charlie Adelson's Jailhouse Calls Part 1. And it was a lot more of a better show than what we did here today. Like I said, I only had 3 hours sleep. And it's long, you know? It's long. You get a little tired. But everyone who hasn't seen that stream should go and check it out again, or for the first time today. But after this, because it's great. And it's had so many views, and it got so many likes. It had the most ever live stream viewers. I mean, it broke every record we have. Okay. Comments, fantastic comments, both in the live chat and on demand, right? Everybody who hasn't seen yesterday's stream, both of them did really well, but the second one was the best one ever that we've done. I don't know if it was the best content. It was better than this stream, but in terms of how much it's been, what is the word? See, I'm tired. It's had a lot of attention, so everybody should check that out and give it even more attention. Leave a like on that video. Leave a like here. Leave a like on yesterday's stream, both of them. Buymeacoffee.com at buymeacoffee.com. Help us get that battery, and we are coming to a close here.
Yes.
I heard about that. Yeah.
We've got an hour and 7 minutes to go on this video. I don't think we can do all that today. So we should look for a closing point, guys. So great last opportunity to get those likes in, to hit that subscribe button, to get those coffees, and to get that Patreon membership, the much coveted Patreon membership.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he? In that grandma motion, you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, crazy Markel. He would sit there in Tallahassee and make up all this stuff. He made up stuff about my mom, and then he was sitting in Trescott Drive, and he thought, I'm going after her bar card now, and I'm gonna demand that I get my diamond ring, my Holocaust heirloom back. And he was making it all up because he's crazy Markel, crazy Markel.
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Is it your mom? I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
but is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
To a certain extent. I mean,
aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
Yeah, those are my words, but you can't, honestly, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like.
Yeah, that was hilarious when Janice was running around the house looking everywhere for all the sex toys. It seemed to be everywhere. Didn't it seem like she was going into every room and cupboard? Like, oh, here's another one. Oh my God, what the fuck is that? Of course, it's just audio. We can't see what she's finding. And our imaginations run wild, right? What does Charlie have in this huge bag of paraphernalia? Oh, you can keep anything you want for yourself. I'm good. I'm good.
Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it till years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can you?
Welcome, JD Day. Glad to have you aboard. Subscribe. New subscriber, guys. JD Day. You heard it here first.
Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs and how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. If I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
my sister had no.
That line, she's a grown woman, came straight from Daniel Rashbaum in the coaching. You can identify what's Charlie's real words and what Dan Rashbaum has drilled into his head. Okay, when Georgia Kappelman gets you up there and says, does Wendy a priest? You need to protect Wendy. You say, she's a grown woman. She's a grown woman because the jury will have already seen Wendy and they know she's grown up. And they will see and they will understand because that's what they do. They're a jury and they look and they see. And then they listen and then they hear what you say. And you say she's a grown woman and it will all work. We're going to win 95%.
No idea what I've been through in the last God knows how many years. And what I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life. And I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her, probably on John.
I bet, Charlie, I bet you had an innate anger towards her after all your shitty fucking plan came unraveled and everyone started to get arrested and the FBI were closing in. I bet you did, while you were walking around there for 6 years, not being able to eat a piece of sushi without looking over at that guy on the other table who's eating a salad and a California roll and going, I think he's a cop. Yeah, is he a cop? I think I saw a flower van outside. That's what they do, isn't it? They sit in the flower van and they listen on the tapes. How paranoid. What a horrible nightmare. I think prison would be people say, oh, do you think they were relieved? I think, yes, a bit. At least everyone in jail is either in uniform. Well, everyone's in uniform. And some are cop, what do you call him? COs. And some are inmates, right? But you kind of know who everyone is. That's the nature of prison, right? There's no mystery. Oh, there's no one eating a California roll at all, for starters. Okay, so that question's gone out the window. There's no flower van. And everyone's either a CO or an inmate. And it's pretty easy to tell the difference. The guys in the colorful jumpsuit, inmates. The guys in the sort of sheriff's uniform, but a bit shitter. What is the deal with that? Why does COs, not CEOs, why does COs, correctional officers, get a little bit of a shittier uniform than a basic sheriff deputy? Can't they have one just as good? I mean, it's not like a sheriff's deputy has a great uniform, like a colonel of an Air Force base or something who's got a great uniform. What is that about? Budget? I guess it's budget, right?
Just because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice and care about her. Be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder of Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stock the bar party buy a bottle of bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've.
That's a good point, Carrie B. I gotta say, he probably misspoke because he's not very wordy, really, is he? He just copies things from films. An innate anger. I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. Ever present, from birth, natural. What else did you say? Native. Yeah. It's always been there, basically. Anger. Interesting.
Seen her interview.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my charges.
All right. And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach your honor?
Right?
And this is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
Hey, thanks so much, Mary Bartlett, for the coffee. We just saw that come in, and we really appreciate the support.
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read.
I love Charlie Adelson's little, when he's considering something. Did you like Professor Markel?
They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Charlie, it's Katie, okay? What do you need to look at the paper for? We've been talking about it for an hour and a half.
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time. Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay.
Why was that a difficult question?
Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendy over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what? He just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. And she had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markel right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She was I think she said, I don't feel well. And I say, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before that?
No, I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
We're going to be doing a very expansive video on this subject, guys. We've got a lot to say about this area, the Uvia dinner. The Uvia dinner. I think there's a lot to unpack here, and I've not seen it done on any other channel. But I've got some ideas. I just need to find some time to get it done.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
Just how's the food? How's your? I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
Hey, we might leave it there. We might wind it up, guys. What is that, 4 hours now? That should be our limit, right? Okay, maybe we've got a couple of minutes to spare. We just saw that we've sold merch. We've sold a t-shirt. Someone has bought a classic crew neck t-shirt in denim blue, size extra large, of our Don't Be an Adelson product range. Well, how about that? Well, that was yesterday or 2 days ago. Oh, I didn't see that come in. Okay, great. I wonder where that's being shipped to. If you're the person out there that's bought a classic crew neck t-shirt in denim blue extra large of our Don't Be an Adelson product range, be sure to send us a photo when you get your fantastic True Crime Metrix merchandise t-shirt, and that'd be great to see. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much, whoever bought that. And all you other suckers, what are you waiting for? Hit the merch store, man. Check it every day, because we're releasing all sorts of merch in there, man. Loads of stuff.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave.
Hey, Barbara, what I outran Coffee, Lee, Mike, and Fancy. Oh, you mean in duration? No. Crime and Coffee goes for the longest I've ever seen. She had a 7.5 hour stream the other day. I started watching it, and I couldn't, I just didn't have 7 hours. Saying that, we have been on for 4, and some of you guys have been here throughout. Hey, Groovy Jojo, good to see you again. Yeah. So what are we doing now, guys? Where are we heading? We all going out for Bloody Marys? Virgin Bloody Marys? It's just tomato juice and fucking celery, really, isn't it? Bit of Tabasco, maybe, if we're feeling frisky. Or where are we heading? Are we heading to Fancy's stream or Discord or what? Maybe I should go to bed. That might be a good idea. But I can do all of that from bed, you know, so this is my life now. Yeah, we should leave it there, though. And Amy, you are a trooper, and Neverly as well. You are such troopers, guys. You are the best moderators in the business. Seriously. Stallion efforts. So you're just great, you two. And Udi, well, you're not here, are you, Udi? So you're pretty good as well. We really love having you around, but you know, it's got to be said that Neverly and Amy lead the charge for moderating this channel. I'm so amazed by the, like, I don't know, dedication. And again, guys, if you need to go and do your own thing, don't feel that you're abandoning your duty. It's absolutely fine by me. I really appreciate you guys and everyone in the chat, you know. Hey, look, there's 5 gifts. What happened? Ronnie again. 5 memberships again, Ronnie. Okay. Thanks, Ronnie. I wonder who got those. Tracy L says, that's me. What's you? Oh, you got the t-shirt, Tracy. Awesome. So a Don't Be an Adelson t-shirt is going all the way to Georgia. Fantastic. Great, good one, Tracy. Tracy, I hope you enjoy it, and I hope it's a great color choice as well. That's what I would have gone for. Yep. Fantastic, guys. Yeah, no, thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Neverly. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Riding Shotgun. Bob from accounting. Such great members. Kurt. Ramble On. The 2 Rabbits. Pabosa, our resident Lion King character. Carrie Brook, another great player in the game. Such a good player on Discord. No, it's really amazing. It's amazing community we're building here, guys. I know there's all sorts of pockets of communities around surrounding the Adelson case, surrounding the Sarah Boone case, but I just love what we've got going on here, guys. Fantastic contributions. And I hardly ever see any shit in the comments. When I'm in other good communities, sometimes I see some shit in the comments, and I'm glad that shit don't seem to be here. Hardly ever. Like, I think I could count on one hand that there's been shit in the comments and still have 3 fingers left. For what? Yeah, so where we're heading? Okay, we should shut this down. We should shut it all down. So we will say good night. We will say have a safe drive home. We will say don't be an Adelson. And now Tracy can say that to everybody she meets because she's wearing the fucking t-shirt, right? Awesome. No, that's great, Tracy. Okay. Signing off. True Crime Metrix. Over.